Have you ever stood in front of your bathroom mirror in the morning, holding a handful of pills, and quietly wondered, is this really what my body was made for? Tablets for sleep capsules, for pain powders, for energy. Modern life has turned the human body into a battlefield and medicine into weapons. Yet somewhere deep inside, there is a quieter question whispering beneath all the noise. What if the body was never the enemy in the first place? Imagine instead another morning. No rush, no screens, no alarms shrieking. The sky is just beginning to lighten. In a small mountain monastery, a young novice walks slowly toward the kitchen. There is no smell of coffee, no sizzling oil, no microwave humming. Just the warmth of boiled water, the scent of fresh fruit, the sound of a wooden ladle touching a clay bowl. Before eating, the monks place their hands together and bow to the food in silence, not because they worship the food, but because they understand something we have mostly forgotten. This simple bowl is not just breakfast. It is medicine. It is life. It is the continuation of rain, sunlight, soil, farmers' seeds, and time. Buddhist wisdom has always taught that the body is not separate from the mind, and that health is not separate from the way we live. Illness, in this view, does not fall on us like random bad luck. It ripens like fruit from the seeds we plant each day. What we eat, what we think, how we breathe, how we hurry, how we ignore the quiet cries of our own body. The Buddha taught about impermanence. Everything is changing moment by moment. Your cells are changing. Your blood is changing. Your organs are constantly renewing themselves. Underneath the surface of your skin, there is a silent revolution happening every second. Your body is not a fixed, broken machine. It is a flowing river, always in motion, always rebuilding. The deeper teaching hidden inside this truth is simple and powerful. If everything is changing, then suffering can change too. If your body is always renewing itself, then it can also renew its health. But there is a condition. Just as a river can be made dirty by what is thrown into it, the body can be poisoned by what we repeatedly put inside. Buddhist teachings see food not as a neutral habit, but as a constant conversation between you and life itself. Every bite is a message. Every sip is an instruction. You are telling your cells what to become. In a very direct sense, food is information. It is how you speak to your immune system, your nervous system, your organs. Eating in anger sends one kind of message. Eating in gratitude sends another. Taking in processed, lifeless food tells your body one thing, feeding it. Living natural, wisely chosen foods tells it something entirely different. In the monasteries, the morning meal is treated with special care. It is not just another meal. It is considered the opening line of a long conversation with the body that will last for the rest of the day. The monks know how you begin your morning is how you teach your body to move through the next hours. If you start with heavy, greasy, chaotic food, your body spends the day struggling. Your thoughts become dull, your emotions unstable. If you begin with foods that are light, clean, and conscious, your entire system receives a signal of clarity, safety, and strength. Thousands of years ago, long before the words antioxidant, inflammation, or microbiome existed, Buddhist healers already understood the principle. What you place in your bowl in the morning can either slowly build disease or quietly build freedom from it. They observed carefully, generation after generation. They watched how certain foods cooled the fires of inflammation in the body, how others strengthened digestion, how some cleared the mind while others clouded it. They didn't need laboratories. Their lab was life itself. Over centuries, a pattern became clear. Certain simple morning foods taken with awareness and consistency did something remarkable. They allowed the body to do what it was designed to do, heal itself. Not through force, not through chemical suppression, but through support. In Buddhist thought, there is a teaching called interbeing. Nothing exists alone. A cloud becomes rain. Rain becomes a stream. The stream becomes tea in your cup. That tea becomes your blood. Your blood becomes your thoughts. And those thoughts shape the choices you make. There is no separation between cloud and thought, between breakfast and destiny. When you see that clearly, your kitchen stops being an ordinary room. It becomes a small temple. The cutting board becomes your altar. The knife, your bell. The first glass of water, your morning chant. Now imagine approaching your breakfast not as a rushed survival act, but as a sacred opportunity to help your body repair. You are not waiting for a pill to save you later. You are choosing today to give your body the quiet tools it needs to prevent those pills from being necessary at all. Your body is not screaming for complicated protocols or expensive supplements. At the deepest level, it is asking for something much simpler. Please give me what I recognize. Give me food that is alive, clean, and kind. Give me space to digest. Give me mornings that begin with wisdom, not violence. Violence here doesn't mean only harsh actions. It can mean the violence of rushing, of mindless swallowing, of using food as distraction instead of nourishment. When we eat while scrolling, arguing, or worrying, we send a message of danger to the nervous system. The body tightens. Digestion weakens. Even the best food loses half its power when it is taken in without presence. Buddhist mindfulness brings us back to a very different approach. Sit down. Breathe. Look at what you are about to eat. Know that this will become your eyes, your heart, your hands, your thoughts. If you truly see that your breakfast is building the body that will hug your loved ones, do your work, carry your dreams, and walk the rest of your life, would you still feed it carelessly? Across Asia, especially in temples and simple rural homes, there is a quiet practice that has been preserved through the centuries. At dawn, before the real noise of the day begins, some people choose a small set of very specific foods. Not exotic, not rare, not trendy, ordinary, almost invisible things that have stood the test of time. When combined with a calm mind and regular practice, these morning foods do something extraordinary. They awaken the healing intelligence already inside you. Modern medicine, despite all its brilliance, often starts from the assumption that the body is broken and must be fixed from the outside. Buddhist wisdom begins from the opposite direction. The body is wise, and if we stop disturbing it and start nourishing it correctly, it will naturally return toward balance. Your immune system is not lazy. It is exhausted from being constantly attacked by processed foods, late-night eating stress, and chemicals. Your digestive fire is not weak by nature. It has simply been smothered like a flame buried under wet wood. Your nervous system is not disordered at its core. It has just been overwhelmed by a world that never stops shouting. What if instead of asking, "What pill do I need?" you began your day by asking, "What message do I want my breakfast to send to my cells today?" In the teachings of the Buddha, the middle way is the path of balance, not too much, not too little. The same principle applies to food. We don't need to starve or obsess. We don't need to worship diets or fear every ingredient. We simply need to understand some foods gently open the door to healing, and some quietly close it. The 6 morning foods we will explore together are like 6 wise friends sitting at your table at sunrise. Each carries a different gift: clarity, cleansing, warmth, nourishment, stability, and strength. Alone, each one is helpful. Together, taken in the right order, with a peaceful mind, they become a kind of morning ceremony, a simple, repeatable ritual that invites your body to do what it knows best: restore itself. This is not theory. This is not superstition. It is the meeting point of ancient wisdom and modern science, of monastery life and everyday kitchen life. You don't have to shave your head or move to a mountain. You don't have to abandon doctors or reject medicine. You are simply learning to cooperate with your own biology instead of fighting against it. So as you listen, you might gently place a hand on your chest and feel your heartbeat. This heart has never taken a day off since you were born. Your lungs have inhaled and exhaled for you through every joy and every sorrow. Your liver, your kidneys, your blood, your nerves, they have all worked faithfully in the background, even on the days you ignored them. Now, with these 6 morning foods, you are finally turning toward them and saying, "I see you. I am ready to take care of you. Let's heal together." In the next moments, we will begin to walk step by step through each of these gentle medicines of the morning. As we do, remember, the real power is not in knowing their names, but in practicing them with mindfulness, day after day, like a quiet prayer you offer to your own body at dawn. At the break of dawn, when the world is still half asleep, and the first breath of morning feels like a gentle invitation, there is a small moment, easy to overlook, yet powerful enough to shape the entire day. It is the moment you choose what to give your body first. In Buddhist monasteries, this moment is treated with sacred care. The monks do not rush into it. They do not pick food randomly. They begin the day with intention, because they understand that how the morning starts sets the rhythm for everything that follows. And in that silence, in that space between night and day, there is one simple preparation that nearly every monastery recognizes as the beginning of the body's healing process: warm lemon water. But before we speak of its benefits, imagine a deeper layer beneath the surface. Imagine this drink not just as a recipe, but as a ritual of awakening, the way a gong awakens the meditation hall. It is the first message you send to your cells, the first breath you give your digestive fire, the first gesture of compassion you offer to your organs. In the teachings of the Buddha, compassion is not limited to how we treat others. Compassion must also be how we treat ourselves. And warm lemon water is compassion in liquid form, gentle, cleansing, and patient. Think of your body during sleep. While your mind is drifting through dreams, your cells have been working tirelessly. The liver has been filtering toxins. The kidneys have been purifying your blood. The digestive system has been resting, waiting. Everything inside you is in a quiet state of transition, like a village preparing for morning fires to be lit again. When you wake, your body is thirsty, not just for water, but for clarity. Your organs are like a garden covered in dew, waiting for the sun to rise. And in this tender state, the body does not need harsh stimulation. It does not need cold drinks or heavy foods. It needs warmth. It needs something that says, "Wake up slowly. Wake up kindly." That is why the monks reach first for warm water, not boiling, not icy, but gently warm, like a hand holding yours. Warm water signals safety to the body. It relaxes the stomach, softens the muscles of the intestines, and encourages blood to flow freely through the organs. But when you add fresh lemon, alive, bright, filled with sunlight, you transform that simple warmth into a healing elixir. The lemon is not merely a fruit, it is concentrated vitality. It carries the energy of the sun, the purity of rain, the intelligence of the tree that bore it. It is nature's way of offering clarity. Most people look at a lemon and see only its sourness, but within that sourness is the power to reset the chemical landscape of your body. The lemon's acids, once digested, become alkaline. And in Buddhist health tradition, an alkaline body is a peaceful body. It is a body that does not invite inflammation, does not invite disease, does not invite chaos. A balanced inner environment allows your cells to breathe. It allows your immune system to rest and recover. It allows your mind to settle like a pond clearing after the rain. But warm lemon water does something even more intimate. It awakens the digestive fire. In ancient Buddhist and Ayurvedic teachings, the digestive fire called Agni is where all healing begins. If Agni is weak, you can eat the healthiest foods on earth, and your body will fail to absorb their gifts. If Agni is strong, even simple foods become powerful medicine. Warm lemon water is like a spark to this inner fire. Not burning, not overwhelming, just enough to coax the flame awake. After a night of silence, your stomach does not need force. It needs invitation. The warmth invites. The lemon activates. Together, they awaken the inner flame without disturbing the body's delicate morning balance. To understand why this matters, consider a metaphor often used in Buddhist teaching. A confused mind is like a cold stove. You can put the finest ingredients into the pot, but nothing will cook. In the same way, a sluggish digestive fire cannot transform food into energy, strength, clarity, or healing. Warm lemon water relights the stove. But healing is not only physical. Everything in Buddhism points back to the mind. And what happens when you take that first slow sip with awareness? You pause. You breathe. You arrive in your body. This moment, so small, so ordinary, becomes a doorway into mindfulness. You are reminding yourself that health is not an accident. It is a practice. In that quiet sip, you tell the body, I am here. I am paying attention. I am making a choice that nurtures life. And this intention matters. It sets the tone for your thoughts, your mood, your decisions. Warm lemon water becomes not only an act of nourishment, it becomes an act of waking up to yourself. The body responds with gratitude. The cells soften. The liver unclenches. The blood begins flowing with greater ease. Your breath becomes slightly deeper. You feel without even trying that something is shifting. In monasteries, this drink is taken slowly, not gulped. Each swallow is a reminder healing happens in the spaces we create, not in the speed at which we move. As you drink, imagine the warm water touching every corner of your digestive system, washing away the remnants of yesterday, old stress, old toxins, old emotions stored in the body's tissues. Lemon is the messenger that tells the cells, release what no longer serves you. This gentle detoxification is not dramatic. It is not the cleansing of punishment or force. It is the cleansing of kindness, the way a river cleans itself simply by flowing. And the beauty of this practice is that it is available to anyone. You don't need wealth. You don't need a special diet. You don't need to live in isolation. All you need is warm water, a fresh lemon, and a few minutes of presence. Over time, this simple ritual becomes a kind of conversation between you and life. Every morning you ask, what do I want to create in my body today? And your warm lemon water answers, begin with clarity, begin with cleansing, begin with peace. When you take the very first step toward healing, the rest of your day begins to rearrange itself around that choice. You eat lighter, you breathe deeper, you move more gently, you become more aware of what you allow into your body and mind. Warm lemon water is not the cure. It is the invitation. It is the opening note of the symphony. It is the sunrise before the day unfolds. And as we continue, we will see how each of the morning foods that follow builds upon this foundation, each one awakening a different part of your healing intelligence, each one supporting a different doorway into balance. The journey has only just begun. Let us walk further together. Before the sun has fully risen and before the mind becomes tangled in the threads of daily life, there is a moment when the world feels soft and unguarded. This is the moment when the second morning medicine enters, not loud, not complex, but humble and golden raw honey. If warm lemon water is the gentle hand that wakes the body, raw honey is the quiet voice that reassures it. You are safe. You are nourished. You can begin to heal. But honey, in the eyes of Buddhist practitioners, is not merely sweetness. It is the condensed patience of the natural world. For a single spoonful, thousands of bees have traveled miles, touched countless blossoms, gathered the fragrance of the earth, and transformed sunlight into liquid gold. To consume honey mindfully is to take in the essence of harmony. Bees do not rush, yet everything they do is precise. They do not hoard, yet they create abundance. Their life is an unbroken cycle of giving, receiving, and creating. When raw honey enters your body, a whisper of that harmony enters with it. In ancient Buddhist teachings, there is a belief that foods carry not only nutrients, but energetic qualities. Honey is said to carry a warming clarity, a subtle power that nourishes without overwhelming, awakens without agitating, strengthens without burdening. Monks used to keep small clay jars of honey and consume it sparingly, not as a treat, but as medicine for both body and mind. To understand why honey holds such a sacred role, look at the body after warm lemon water has done its work. The digestive fire is awake. The inner river is flowing. The cells are receptive. Into this openness enters honey with its living enzymes and subtle sweetness that does not sedate but harmonizes. Raw honey is alive. Processed honey is dead. This distinction is vital. Raw honey carries enzymes that behave like wise artisans inside the body. They help break down food, support nutrient absorption, and soothe inflamed tissues. These enzymes are easily destroyed by heat and industrial processing, which is why only raw, unheated honey is considered medicinal. In Buddhist tradition, honey is viewed as a bridge food, a food that helps guide the body from the state of fasting into the state of nourishment. It does so gently without shocking the system. When taken after lemon water, honey enters the bloodstream gradually and begins supporting the delicate ecosystem within the gut. The gut in Buddhist and holistic medicine is not merely an organ, it is a garden. Everything depends on the quality of what grows inside it. A peaceful gut leads to a peaceful mind. An inflamed gut leads to a restless, cloudy mind. The Buddha taught that suffering is often created by the mind, yet the mind itself is shaped by the conditions of the body. So when honey enters this inner garden, it acts as both food and fertilizer for beneficial bacteria. These microorganisms, tiny unseen companions, play a profound role in mood, immunity, and digestion. Raw honey encourages their growth gently, gradually, and naturally. Imagine your gut as a monastery courtyard at dawn. The beneficial bacteria are the monks sweeping the stone pathways. The harmful microbes are like stray winds bringing dust and debris. Warm lemon water opens the courtyard gates. Raw honey provides nourishment to the monks so they can sweep more thoroughly, more peacefully, more effectively. In this way, honey is not a fighter. It does not wage war inside the body. It nourishes. and nourishment itself becomes the protection. There is a story told in some Buddhist communities, not historical, but symbolic, of a wandering monk who traveled through forests, surviving only on whatever he was offered. One day, exhausted, he found a small beehive broken on the forest floor. He sat before it, recognizing it as both a gift and a lesson. He tasted the honey and felt strength returning, not the strength of intensity, but the strength of deep balance. Later he remarked, "The honey fed my body, but the bees taught my heart." What did they teach? Discipline, patience, harmony, mindful cooperation. The sweetness that comes only from quiet devotion to the present task. Raw honey, when consumed in the morning, carries that same symbolic sweetness into the bloodstream. It reminds your nervous system that it is safe. Safety is not a trivial experience. It is the foundation of healing. The body cannot repair itself if it is stuck in stress mode, clenching, bracing, defending. Honey signals softness, grounding, and warmth. When honey begins its gentle journey through the digestive tract, it soothes irritation. It coats the lining of the throat and stomach. It calms internal agitation the way a soft voice calms a frightened child. In Buddhist terms, honey pacifies the inner winds, the subtle energies associated with anxiety, restlessness, and overthinking. These winds are not mystical. They are the physical manifestations of stress hormones coursing through the bloodstream. Honey does not suppress them. It balances them. Its natural sugars enter slowly, offering steady energy rather than chaotic spikes. This stabilizes the mind. A stable mind is fertile ground for clarity. A stable body is fertile ground for healing. This is why monks often took honey before long meditation sessions, not to energize the body like caffeine would, but to soothe the nervous system just enough that the mind could settle. Taken after warm lemon water, honey acts as the second step in awakening the body's healing intelligence. Warm lemon water begins the cleansing. Honey begins the nourishing. Combined, they form the yin and yang of the morning. And something remarkable happens when you take that single spoon of honey, slowly allowing it to melt on your tongue rather than swallowing quickly. You taste the sun. You taste the flower. You taste the work of thousands of wings beating in harmony. You become mindful. You remember your body. You return to the present moment. In that moment, the honey becomes more than food. It becomes a teacher. And so this golden sweetness taken with awareness becomes the second step in your healing ritual, awakening the inner fire, soothing the inner garden, calming the inner winds. But the morning journey does not end here. The body, having been awakened and nourished subtly, is ready for a deeper medicine, one that stirs circulation, sharpens clarity, and warms the blood like a rising sun. That medicine is ginger, and ginger, fiery and ancient, deserves a chapter of its own. When the morning air is still cool and the first quiet warmth of day has barely begun to unfold, there is a moment when the body is ready, not for heaviness, not for stimulation, but for awakening. A deep inner kind of awakening. And in Buddhist healing traditions, the food that performs this awakening with unmistakable clarity is ginger. If warm lemon water is the cleansing river and raw honey is the gentle nourishment, then ginger is the spark, pure, steady, ancient fire. Not the fire of destruction, but the fire of transformation. In the monasteries of Tibet, Sri Lanka, Japan, and across Southeast Asia, ginger is respected almost like a guardian at the gate of the body. It stands at the threshold between sluggishness and vitality, between stagnation and flow. Its aroma, sharp, earthy, warming, has been used for centuries to stir life back into weary limbs, to rekindle digestive strength and to awaken the mind from dullness. But to understand ginger's true power, you must picture the body as a temple at dawn. The monks have swept the floors, lit a single lamp, and opened the windows to the soft morning air. This is what lemon water and honey have done for you. They have prepared the temple. Now Ginger enters like the monk who rings the bell. Its sound does not ask permission. It simply cuts through the haze, calling everyone into wakefulness. Inside your body, Ginger does the same. It calls your cells into movement, your blood into circulation, your digestion into clarity. It ignites the digestive fire, not aggressively, but with ancient precision. This fire, known as Agni in Buddhist and Ayurvedic philosophy, is the very foundation of physical health. When Agni is weak, illness grows quietly. When Agni is strong, the body unfolds into balance as naturally as a flower opens when the sun rises. Modern life, however, is full of habits that dim this inner fire. Cold breakfasts, heavy foods, late-night eating, stress, processed meals, emotional suppression. Each of these is like throwing wet sand onto a flame. Over time, the fire struggles. Digestion slows. Nutrients go unabsorbed. Toxins accumulate. The mind becomes thick and foggy, and the body becomes vulnerable to inflammation, fatigue, and disease. Ginger restores what was lost. It brings warmth where there was cold, movement where there was stagnation, clarity where there was fog. In Buddhist monasteries, ginger tea is often prepared before meditation, especially in colder regions, not to energize the monks artificially, but to warm the channels of the body, allowing breath to flow freely and attention to settle smoothly. Meditation is much harder in a cold body. The mind follows the state of the flesh. Ginger prepares the body so the mind can follow. Imagine the path of ginger inside you. As you sip warm, ginger-infused water, the heat travels downward, awakening the stomach. You may feel a subtle glow beneath your chest, a quiet reminder that energy is returning. This warmth spreads outward like the first rays of morning sunlight touching the corners of a dim room. Your blood vessels gently widen. Your circulation deepens. Your breathing unconsciously becomes fuller. Your thoughts sharpen without force. This is the intelligence of ginger. It knows exactly where the cold and stagnation hide, and it goes there. In Buddhist teachings, the body is a field where seeds of health and illness are planted every day. Ginger is the farmer that keeps the soil warm, alive, and ready to receive nourishment. Without warmth, nothing grows, not muscle, not energy, not clarity. You may notice that ginger has a taste that wakes you instantly, the spicy heat that expands through the mouth and throat. This is not merely taste. It is medicine encoded in flavor. In Eastern healing traditions, taste is a messenger to the organs. Sweet nourishes, bitter detoxifies, sour awakens. Spicy ginger's domain opens the channels and breaks stagnation. When stagnation breaks, healing begins. Many monks describe ginger as a wind tamer. Not the winds outside in the mountains, but the internal winds, the subtle energies that scatter the mind and agitate the heart. These winds are what cause anxiety, restless thoughts, emotional turbulence, and inability to focus. Ginger warms the abdomen, and when the abdomen relaxes, the mind relaxes. That is why, after drinking ginger, the breath deepens without effort. The diaphragm softens. The nervous system loosens its grip. In this way, ginger is not just a physical healer, it is a spiritual ally. To the monks, ginger is also a symbol of courage. Not the dramatic courage of battle, but the quiet courage to face life as it is, to stay awake, to stay present, to to stay open. When you drink ginger with awareness, you are taking that symbolic fire into yourself. You are saying, I am ready to wake up. I am ready to let life move through me again. And ginger responds. Its compounds, gingerols and shogalls, begin dissolving inflammation. They travel through the bloodstream, smoothing out the places where pain has been hiding. They warm aching joints, soften tight muscles, and calm the inflammatory heat that builds silently through stress and poor diet. For someone who has been living in an inflamed body for years this morning, ginger practice is like rain arriving in a long drought. Relief does not come all at once, but slowly, steadily, inevitably. And because ginger improves circulation so efficiently, every other healing food you consume afterward becomes more powerful. Lemon water cleansed you. Honey nourished you. But ginger distributes energy. It spreads warmth and vitality through the entire system, making your body more receptive to deeper healing. To drink ginger in the morning is to choose movement over stagnation, clarity over heaviness, presence over fog. It is to meet the day with warmth instead of numbness. But ginger also teaches discipline. Its flavor demands awareness. You cannot drink ginger thoughtlessly. It pulls you into the moment, into your senses, into your breath. It asks you to feel, and feeling true, embodied feeling, is the doorway to healing. When you grate that small piece of ginger, when you pour warm water over it, when you inhale its bright aroma rising like incense, you are entering into a ritual older than written history. A ritual that countless monks, healers, and seekers have practiced at dawn. The ritual of waking the fire. And once this fire burns steadily within you, the body is ready for one of nature's most sacred medicines, the ancient golden root that has traveled through millennia as a symbol of purity, longevity, and inner radiance. Turmeric, the golden guardian, the healer of cells, the light inside the morning. And in our next step, we walk toward that golden light together. Before the noise of the world begins to pull you in a dozen directions, before your mind becomes tangled in tasks, decisions, and obligations, the early morning ritual has already begun its quiet work inside you. The warm lemon water has awakened your inner rivers. The raw honey has soothed and nourished your inner garden. The ginger has stirred the dormant fire of vitality. And now, with the body fully open, clean, and receptive, comes the moment for a deeper medicine, one that has traveled through centuries across mountains, monasteries, and empires. In Buddhist and ancient Eastern healing traditions, this medicine is recognized instantly by its color, a deep, brilliant, sacred gold. It is the color of sunlight breaking through darkness, the color of monks' robes, the color of purification and clarity. This golden medicine is turmeric, but turmeric is far more than a spice. To healers, monks, and meditators, it is a symbol of transformation, a flame that purifies without burning a light, that strengthens without overwhelming a warmth, that reaches places even thoughts cannot touch. When you hold a pinch of turmeric between your fingers, you are holding a fragment of the earth's wisdom. You are holding the heat of the sun condensed into root form. You are holding the quiet fire that has healed bodies and steadied minds for thousands of years. Why turmeric is considered sacred in Buddhist traditions. In monasteries across India, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and Tibet, turmeric has been used not just as food, but as ritual. It is applied to wounds, mixed into healing pastes offered in ceremonies, and stirred into morning teas for monks who practice long hours of meditation. To the monks, turmeric symbolizes purification, longevity, clarity, resilience, inner illumination. It is not worshipped for its rarity. Turmeric is humble. It is honored for its unwavering strength. Curcumin, the golden intelligence. Within the root, science now confirms what ancient healers observed through intuition and experience. Inside turmeric lies curcumin, the compound responsible for its healing power. But in Buddhist metaphor, curcumin is not just a chemical. It is a light bringer, a substance that carries clarity into the deepest layers of the body. Curcumin reduces inflammation. At its root, neutralizes free radicals, supports brain function, slows cellular aging, strengthens immunity, purifies blood and tissues. But perhaps its most astonishing ability is this: curcumin can cross the blood-brain barrier. This means it reaches the mind, directly soothing inflammation in the brain, the physical counterpart of anxiety, mental fog, depressive heaviness, and emotional turbulence. In ancient language, one might say, turmeric clears the clouds of the mind, allowing the sky of awareness to shine more clearly. Why turmeric belongs in the morning ritual. There is a reason turmeric is introduced at this stage after lemon water, honey, and ginger. The body is now warm, open, and ready. The digestive fire is awake but not overheated. The channels are unblocked. This is the perfect moment for turmeric to enter. Taken on an empty stomach in this state, turmeric can reach deeper tissues, joints, nerves, blood vessels without obstruction. It can settle into the bloodstream like a golden river. It can soothe inflammation that has quietly accumulated for years. Morning turmeric is not just a routine. It is a form of alignment, a way of telling your body, today I choose clarity. Today I choose balance. The ancient formula: heat, fat, and pepper. Long before modern medicine understood bioavailability, monks and healers discovered the secret combination that unlocks turmeric's deepest potential. To activate curcumin, you need 3 companions: heat, to awaken the medicinal intelligence; healthy fat, to carry curcumin into cells; black pepper, to open the body's absorption pathways. This is why the traditional preparation golden milk has endured for centuries. In monasteries, they prepare it slowly: warm water or plant milk, a teaspoon of turmeric, a drop of coconut oil or ghee, a pinch of black pepper. Sometimes cinnamon is added, not just for taste, but for grounding the energy. Nothing is rushed. The stirring itself becomes a meditation, slow, circular, intentional. Drinking turmeric, a ritual of inner illumination. As you lift the cup, the warmth touches your hands like the beginning of trust. The scent, earthy ancient, carries the memory of forests, roots, and wind. The first sip brings a gentle heat that spreads outward, not sharply like ginger, but deeply, like embers glowing beneath the surface. You feel the warmth settle beneath your ribs. You feel your belly soften. You feel your breath deepen. You feel the mind sharpen not with intensity, but with clarity. This is turmeric's way. Not dramatic, not forceful, but steady like a lantern glowing in a dark corridor. And with every sip, curcumin travels. It travels to old wounds hidden beneath muscle. It travels to inflamed joints. It travels to the liver where emotional burdens often collect. It travels to the brain, clearing the fog that makes life feel heavy. Turmeric and emotional healing. Buddhist medicine sees no separation between body and mind. Where there is inflammation in the body, there is often unresolved tension in the heart. Where there is cloudiness in the mind, there is often stagnation in the gut. Turmeric's golden fire addresses both realms simultaneously. It loosens the knots of physical tension while softening the emotional patterns that created them. It purifies the blood while purifying the inner atmosphere. As one monk once said, turmeric brings light to the places where pain has been hiding. the symbolism of turmeric fire that heals not burns. In many Buddhist cultures, turmeric is used in ceremonies of blessing. Why? Because turmeric represents protection, illumination, cleansing, transformation, spiritual warmth. It is fire, but fire with compassion. A fire that removes darkness without creating more of it. A fire that says, "Let me help you release what no longer serves you." This is why turmeric is the turning point in the morning ritual. It does not simply awaken the body, it elevates it. It brings the healing journey from cleansing into transformation. A moment of stillness as you drink. If you can pause while drinking your golden turmeric milk, feel the cup, smell the warmth, watch the rising steam. Let it remind you of the inner fire you are choosing to tend. Healing is not only physical, it happens through presence, through intention, through the quiet choice to care for your body as a sacred home. When you finish this golden drink, you have completed the first stage of the morning cleansing, awakening, nourishing, and strengthening. Now the body is ready for the next chapter of healing. The cool, cleansing, grounding breath of the morning apple. After the golden warmth of turmeric has settled into your blood, like sunlight sinking into the horizon of your cells, there is a soft shift inside your body, a subtle turning of the internal seasons. The fire has been awakened, purified, and strengthened. Now the body longs for something cooler, gentler, something that feels like the first breath of morning wind drifting through an open window. In Buddhist healing traditions, that cooling breath arrives in the form of one of the simplest, most overlooked gifts of nature, the apple. It sits quietly in markets, in baskets, in hands. It does not boast. It does not demand attention. It does not come from exotic mountains or sacred forests. Its power is wrapped in humility. Yet within that very simplicity lies an astonishing ability to cleanse, refresh, and restore. An apple is morning embodied, crisp, clear, honest, effortless. In the rhythm of the 6 morning foods, it plays an essential role. It brings balance. It brings coolness. It brings calm. If ginger is the spark that awakens the inner fire, and turmeric is the golden flame that purifies it, the apple is the fresh breeze that sweeps through afterward, ensuring the fire burns clean, not wild. In Buddhist philosophy, balance is the root of all well-being, and the apple is balance in fruit form. The apple as a symbol of grounding and purity. From the outside, an apple seems ordinary, but its ordinariness is part of its medicine. Buddhist monks often teach that spiritual insight is found not in the rare, but in the everyday, in the breath, in the step, in the small bowl of food. The apple in this view is a reminder: purity does not need to be extraordinary. Healing does not need to be dramatic. Its roundness symbolizes completeness. Its crispness symbolizes honesty. Its juiciness symbolizes life force. When held in the hand, it has a comforting weight, light, but present, firm, but yielding. When bitten into it, announces itself with a clear, refreshing sound, like the morning bell that calls meditators to mindfulness. In monasteries, novices are sometimes instructed to begin their eating meditation with an apple, not because it is sacred in a ritualistic sense, but because it teaches the mind how to return to the present through taste, texture, and sound. You cannot rush an apple. You cannot eat it mindlessly, not if you truly want to receive its medicine. Its crisp bite demands awareness. Its sweetness invites gratitude. Its coolness demands stillness. For radio narration, imagine the precise, gentle crack of the first bite echoing through a quiet morning room. That sound alone holds presence. It pulls you back into your body, into your senses, into the now, Why the apple belongs in the morning. On an empty stomach, the body goes through an extraordinary process upon waking. Your cells freshly repaired during the night are highly receptive. Your digestive system is empty, but active like a clean slate, ready to receive the day's first message. This is why the apple crisp and cooling is eaten after the warming, cleansing foods. Placed at this point in the sequence, it performs multiple miracles. It sweeps the digestive system clean. The pectin in apples acts like a gentle broom binding toxins, metabolic waste, and heavy residues left behind by poor diet or stress. Unlike harsh cleanses, pectin works compassionately, not forcefully escorting impurities out of the body the way a kind teacher guides a lost child home. It nourishes beneficial bacteria. The fibers in apples are prebiotics, living food for the beneficial microbiome that keeps your immunity strong and your mind balanced. The gut is often called the storehouse of the mind. When the gut is inflamed, the mind cannot settle. When the gut is calm, the mind finds its natural stillness. It cools and balances the inner fire. After ginger and turmeric have elevated the digestive flame, the apple steps in to keep the fire steady. Too much heat creates agitation and inflammation. Too little and digestion weakens. The apple restores the middle way. It stabilizes blood sugar. The gentle sweetness of the apple enters the bloodstream, slowly preventing spikes and crashes, setting you up for steady energy and mental clarity through the morning. It provides hydration. An apple is nearly 85% structured water, living water, locked inside natural fibers, released only when you bite and chew. This hydration is more nourishing than drinking plain water because it is absorbed gradually. Taken on an empty stomach, the apple's gifts reach deeper and act more efficiently. The apple as an emotional cleanser. Although the apple's physical benefits are remarkable, Buddhist healing does not separate the body from emotion. To the monks, every organ holds memories. The liver stores anger, the heart stores grief, the gut stores fear, anxiety, and unprocessed stress. As the apple travels through the digestive tract, its cooling, cleansing nature is believed to help soften emotional residues hiding there, not through magic, but through physiology, because a clean gut communicates calm to the brain, and a calm brain communicates safety to the heart. Many meditators describe feeling lighter, more centered, and more peaceful when they eat apples in the morning. Not euphoric, just quietly balanced. A balance that feels like exhaling after holding your breath for too long. The sound and sensation of eating an apple. If you are narrating this slow down here, invite the listener to imagine the feel of the apple in their hand, the cool, smooth skin, the slight shine, the subtle scent of earth and sunlight. Then imagine the first bite, a clean, crisp crack, a burst of fresh sweetness, a wave of cool juice sliding across the tongue. And in that moment, the body wakes differently. Not with heat, not with stimulation, but with clarity. Clarity that feels like standing at the edge of a forest at sunrise. Clarity that arrives not from effort, but from freshness. Balancing the fire of the morning ritual. The 6 morning foods are not just random superfoods. They are a sequence, a choreography. Warm lemon water clears, honey nourishes, ginger awakens, turmeric purifies, and now the apple cools and harmonizes. This dance between warm and cool, sweet and sharp, fire and breeze is what keeps the body in balance. Each step prepares the next. Each food complements the one before. The apple ensures that the warming herbs do not overstimulate you. It grounds the heat. It stabilizes the bloodstream. It eases the digestive fire into a sustainable, steady glow. It is the breath after the mantra, the calm after the insight, The space after the flame. A teaching from a forest monk. There is a story told among forest monks in northern Thailand. A young monk asked his teacher, "Master, what is the simplest cleansing practice?" The teacher held up an apple. "This," he said. The novice frowned. "Just an apple?" The teacher smiled. "Yes, but eat it as if it is the first fruit of your life." And when the novice finally did, slowly, gratefully, fully present, the master said, "You see, the apple cleanses not only the body, but the mind that receives it." This is the essence of Buddhist nutrition. The food heals, but the mindfulness completes the healing. After the apple, your body is not just awake, it is refreshed, it is aligned, it is balanced between fire and coolness, strength and softness. And now it is ready for the final morning medicine, a tiny seed packed with the minerals of the earth, the seed that monks call the seed of longevity, sesame. If you're ready to continue the journey, we will walk into that next chapter together. By the time the apple's cool clarity has washed through your body, by the time its crispness has balanced the warmth of turmeric and soothed the gentle fire awakened by ginger, there comes a moment of stillness inside you. A moment when your body feels open, clean, balanced, and alive. In this moment, the morning ritual has prepared you for the final nourishment, the final grounding, the final blessing of the dawn, the humble sesame seed. If the previous foods awaken you like rivers, flames, and breezes, sesame seeds anchor you like the earth. They do not stir, they do not rush, they do not shine brightly. They sit quietly, tiny, unassuming, almost invisible. And yet they hold within them some of the most ancient, concentrated, and powerful nutrition in the natural world. Across Buddhist cultures, sesame seeds have long been called the seeds of longevity. They are used in temples, in rituals, in healing ointments, in meditation, snacks and tonics prepared for elders, and in offerings to the sick. Not because they are exotic, they are not, but because they carry the grounded endurance of the earth itself. Imagine holding a single sesame seed between your fingers. So small, yet it contains minerals that have taken years to form under the soil. It contains oils that roots and rains, sun, and stone have spent seasons shaping. Within that seed is the patient wisdom of nature, not loud healing, but steady healing. Not fast change, but lasting change. While the earlier morning foods cleanse, awaken, or clarify, sesame seeds nourish at the deepest level. They provide the body with the raw materials it needs to build strength, repair itself, and remain resilient in the face of stress, age, and daily wear. Inside these tiny seeds lies a treasure of minerals: calcium for your bones, magnesium for your nerves, zinc for your immunity, iron for your blood copper, and manganese for your tissues and natural oils that lubricate your joints and digestive tract. Minerals are the foundation of your entire physical form. Your bones, your teeth, your heartbeat, your hormones, your energy cycles, your ability to think clearly, sleep deeply, and move without pain. And for this exact reason, Buddhist healers consider sesame seeds the earth's gift to the body. They anchor you, they root you, they stabilize you, they help you endure. Imagine your body as a tree. Lemon water clears the leaves, honey feeds the sap, ginger strengthens the trunk, turmeric purifies the roots, the apple freshens the branches. But sesame seeds, these nourish the soil beneath the tree. Without mineral-rich soil, even the strongest tree slowly weakens. Without deep nourishment, even the clearest mind eventually becomes fragile. This is why sesame seeds appear at the end of the morning ritual. Your body must first be opened before receiving this grounding nourishment. If taken too early before cleansing or warming, they sit heavy. But after the sequence of the morning foods, the body becomes like fertile earth, ready to receive the seed's medicine. Monasteries often soak sesame seeds through the night. In the early dawn, the soaked seeds soften, swell, and wake. Their enzymes activate. Their minerals become more available. Their oils loosen. Eating sesame in this state is like receiving the seed at its gentlest and most generous moment. When monks take a spoon of soaked sesame in the morning, they chew slowly, very slowly, until the seeds turn into a soft paste in the mouth. This slow chewing is not only for digestion, it is meditation. It teaches patience. It teaches presence. It teaches the mind to slow down and taste what is real. There is an understanding in Buddhist nutrition that chewing is a form of respect. When you chew sesame thoroughly, you are honoring the years of sunlight and earth that it took for that seed to exist. You are saying to your body, I am not rushing this nourishment. I am receiving it fully. As the seed breaks apart, it releases minerals, oils, grounding energy. You may feel a warmth settle low in your belly, a warmth different from ginger or turmeric. Those were flames. This is earth. This is the warmth of stability, not stimulation. The warmth of being rooted, not awakened. In spiritual terms, sesame seeds strengthen your foundation. In physical terms, they strengthen your bones, tissues, blood, and immunity. In emotional terms, they help calm the nerves and support hormonal stability. In energetic terms, they bring you down from the mind into the body. Many monks say that sesame seeds steady the winds within. That means they lessen anxiety, mental restlessness, and emotional turbulence. Their mineral richness is not just nourishment, it is grounding. It reminds the body of weight presence, stillness, the way the earth itself remains steady beneath the storms. There is a story often told in Himalayan monasteries. A young monk once asked his teacher, Master, how can a person remain strong in body and mind through years of meditation, cold winters, and long hours of stillness? The master opened his hand. In his palm were sesame seeds. These, he said simply, inside them is the patience of the earth. Eat them slowly, and the earth will share its strength with you. And this is the essence of sesame seeds in the morning ritual. They do not heal quickly, loudly, dramatically. They heal deeply, steadily, quietly, like the mountains healing with time. After you consume your sesame seeds, something completes within you. The circle of the morning ritual closes. You have cleansed your waters, awakened your fire, nourished your inner garden, purified your cells, refreshed your energy, and grounded your strength. You are not only awake, you are aligned. Not only alive, you are steady. Not only cleansed, you are fortified. And from this place of equilibrium, your entire day changes. You move with more clarity, more calmness, more strength, more rooted presence. Your body begins to remember how to heal. Your mind begins to remember how to rest. Your spirit begins to remember how to stand firm. This is the power of the final morning food, the smallest, the quietest, the most enduring. When you reach this seventh step of the journey, something interesting begins to happen inside you. It is no longer just intuition or tradition guiding you, no longer just the calm reassurance of Buddhist teachings or the quiet confidence of monks who have practiced these rituals for generations. Now, as the morning foods settle into your system, lemon water, raw, honey, ginger, turmeric, apple, and sesame seeds, you begin to sense a deeper truth rising within you. These foods are not only spiritually aligned, they are biologically precise. They are not only ancient teachings, They are scientific systems. For centuries, monks did not rely on theory or experiment. Their laboratory was the body. Their measurements were awareness. Their research was patience. They observed what nourished life, what calmed suffering, what awakened clarity, what supported longevity. And through long observation, they arrived at practices that modern science has only recently begun to understand. But you don't need a scientific journal to feel the impact. When you practice this ritual each morning, you feel your body responding. Your breath deepens, your digestion lightens, your mind settles, your blood feels clearer, your energy becomes smoother. These are real sensation signals that something fundamental is shifting within you. And now, as you step into this section, you begin to see why these changes happen, why your body responds the way it does, why this ritual works not only as spiritual practice, but as biochemical truth. The human body is not a machine that needs fixing. It is a living landscape that needs nourishment. Every cell, every organ, every subtle process within you responds to what you consume, when you consume it, and how you receive it. And when these 6 morning foods enter in their sacred order, something extraordinary takes place, not through superstition, but through synergy. Lemon water begins the internal awakening. Your organs, especially the liver, have spent the night clearing toxins, repairing tissues, processing emotions and stress. Warm lemon water moves through the system like a gentle river washing through a valley after long darkness. Modern research shows that lemon stimulates bile production, supports liver detox pathways, raises cellular pH, and hydrates your tissues far more effectively than plain water. Though the lemon tastes acidic, its metabolites alkalize the blood, creating an environment where inflammation and disease struggle to thrive. Then, honey arrives, as old as the bees, as sacred as the sun. But this honey must be raw, unheated, alive. Science now understands that raw honey contains enzymes, probiotics, natural hydrogen peroxide, antimicrobial compounds, and powerful antioxidants. These elements feed your gut microbiome, the vast ecosystem inside your belly, where 70% of your immunity and most of your neurotransmitters originate. Ancient monks didn't know the word microbiome, yet they understood that honey calms the stomach, steadies the nerves, softens the breath. Modern biology explains why balanced gut bacteria support stable mood, strong immunity, clear skin, efficient digestion, and even better sleep. Ginger enters like a rising spark. Its active compounds, gingerols and shogaols, have been shown in laboratories to reduce inflammation, increase circulation, improve metabolism, and soothe nausea more effectively than pharmaceutical drugs. But the monks only described ginger as something that awakens the inner fire, and truly, that is what happens. Ginger warms the digestive engine, allowing the next foods to penetrate more deeply. After cleansing and nourishment, activation is necessary. Without heat, the body cannot transform. Without warmth, healing slows. Ginger creates the perfect temperature for transformation. Then turmeric steps forward, golden, quiet, gentle, powerful. Curcumin, the active compound in turmeric, has been studied in thousands of scientific papers. It reduces inflammation at the cellular level, protects the brain, improves liver function, regulates immune responses, slows aging, and even influences gene expression. What is astonishing is how ancient healers discovered that turmeric must be combined with fat and black pepper to work effectively. Science now confirms that pepper increases curcumin absorption dramatically, while fat transports it directly into cell membranes where healing takes place. To drink turmeric after ginger is to give your body a healing warmth and then deliver a deep medicine into that warmth. When the apple enters next, the internal landscape shifts. It cools. The heat softens the fire, balances the activated energy. Apple pectin binds heavy metals, toxins, and cholesterol, escorting them out of the body with respect and gentleness. Its polyphenols protect your brain and your heart, stabilizing blood sugar in a way that prevents mood swings, cravings, and midday fatigue. Modern research shows that apples reduce inflammation, improve gut health, and support metabolic stability. All things monks observed but could not name. And then sesame seeds arrive as the closing note, the grounding, stabilizing, earth-like nourishment. Sesame is one of nature's richest mineral sources. It carries calcium for bones, magnesium for muscles and nerves, zinc for immunity, iron for blood, and healthy oils that soothe digestion. Science now validates that sesame seeds support hormone balance, reduce oxidative stress, improve nutrient absorption, and strengthen the skeletal system. But monks long ago described sesame simply as food that gives endurance. They knew that without deep mineral nourishment, the body cannot stand strong, the mind cannot settle deeply, and the spirit cannot anchor into stillness. When you put the 6 foods together, something even more remarkable happens. Lemon clears the path. Honey populates it with beneficial life. Ginger warms the path. Turmeric repairs the path. The apple sweeps the path clean. Sesame stabilizes and strengthens the ground beneath the path. This sequence is not arbitrary. It follows the body's natural rhythm. It aligns with physiology. It respects the digestive fire. It honors the nervous system. It supports the liver, the heart, the gut, the brain. It works with the body, not against it. And modern science, step by step, has begun to confirm the mysterious precision that monks lived by for centuries. Studies now show that inflammation is the root of nearly every chronic disease, and these foods reduce inflammation in complementary ways. Science now understands that gut health drives immunity, emotion, and cognition, and these foods nourish the microbiome. Research now reveals that detoxification is not a single process, but a layered system, and these foods activate each layer in the correct order. You may think you are simply drinking warm lemon water and eating sesame seeds, but in truth, you are participating in a biochemical choreography. You are aligning yourself with the wisdom of the body. You are practicing a ritual that merges ancient insight with modern truth. And your body recognizes this alignment immediately, deeply, instinctively, because it was designed for it. And now that you understand not only the wisdom, but the science, the practice becomes more than routine. It becomes devotion to your health, respect for your body's intelligence, and trust in a system that has guided countless lives toward clarity and longevity. As you move deeper into this ritual, something remarkable begins to unfold inside you. Quietly at first, almost imperceptibly, like the earliest stirrings of dawn before the light fully breaks. Change does not always arrive with fanfare. Sometimes it begins as a soft shift in the way you breathe, in the clarity of your thoughts, in the lightness of your gut, in the quiet sense that your body is beginning to trust you again. The first days of transformation are subtle, but they are sacred. They mark the moment when the body, long burdened by stress, irregular habits, processed foods, and emotional heaviness, finally whispers, "Yes, I can work with this." In Buddhist understanding, the body is not separate from the mind. It is the physical expression of all our experiences: what we eat, what we think, what we feel, what we carry. The morning ritual begins to touch each of these layers one by one, and the body responds with gratitude that is almost immediate. Yet these responses appear softly, gently, as if the body fears startling you with its joy. During the first 3 days, you may notice a shift that feels like waking from a long, slow sleep. Your digestion may grow lighter, your breath deeper, your energy smoother. It is not an artificial high, not the jittery push of caffeine or the temporary spark of sugar, but something more harmonious, a natural rise like the tide moving in alignment with the moon. Science explains this early shift through hydration, gut microbiome activation, improved circulation, and reduced inflammation. But your lived experience will be simpler. You will feel lighter, clearer, more awake in your own skin. By the 4th or 5th day, the mornings begin to feel different. Instead of waking with heaviness or residue from the day before, you rise with a deeper sense of internal space. Warm lemon water now feels like an old friend. The honey settles easily. Ginger awakens you more softly. Turmeric begins to feel like inner sunlight. The apple tastes fresher. The sesame seeds ground you more deeply. And yet deeper change is happening beneath the surface. The liver is beginning to release old toxins. The gut lining is calming. The beneficial bacteria in your intestines are multiplying. Your blood sugar is stabilizing. Your cells are repairing. Your inflammation levels are beginning to lower. Your nervous system is shifting from survival mode to balance. Though these changes are invisible, they shape everything. They shape the way you think, the way you sleep, the clarity of your decisions, the softness of your moods. They shape the way your body processes food, the way your immune system responds to the world, the way your mind carries the weight of daily life. Around the end of the first week, something new often emerges, a sense of inner steadiness. Thoughts feel less frantic. Emotions move through you with more fluidity. Your mind stops pulling you in 1,000 directions. Your body no longer feels like a battlefield of cravings, fatigue, or tension. Instead, you begin to feel slowly, softly like yourself again. This is not a dramatic transformation. It is a returning, a remembering, a gentle homecoming. In Buddhist language, this is the body moving from imbalance to equanimity, from disturbance to steadiness. In scientific language, this is the nervous system shifting from sympathetic dominant stress mode to parasympathetic rest healing mode. The two languages describe the same reality through different poetry. As the second week begins, cleansing deepens. Some people experience a mild detox response, slight fatigue, a temporary headache, or increased elimination. This is not a setback. It is the body releasing what it no longer needs. Just as a river clears debris after a storm, your internal systems are sweeping out old residues. During this time, your cravings may shift. Foods that once pulled at you lose their appeal, while fresh, whole, pure foods begin to call you naturally. This is the microbiome reorganizing itself. It is the body choosing what supports it. It is your internal intelligence awakening after being quiet for too long. By the end of 2 weeks, many people notice deeper, more restorative sleep. The mind grows quieter at night. The breath becomes more even, and the tendency to wake with restlessness or anxiety begins to fade. This is the effect of stabilizing blood sugar, calming inflammation, and improving gut-brain communication. You may find yourself waking earlier with less resistance. The ritual becomes less of a practice and more of a desire. You begin to crave the calmness of the morning, the gentle steps, the mindful sequence. In these moments, you are not merely following instructions, you are building a relationship with your body one morning at a time. By the 3rd week, the changes become more noticeable on the outside as well. Your skin may brighten. Your eyes may look clearer. Your posture may lengthen. You may feel a softness where tension once lived. When monks say, "The body reveals the state of the mind," this is what they mean. Inner harmony becomes visible. Perhaps the most beautiful transformation, however, is the return of trust. Your body begins to trust that you will treat it kindly. Your digestion trusts that you will not burden it. Your immune system trusts that you will support it. Your mind trusts that you will nourish it with balance instead of overwhelm. This trust becomes the foundation of deeper healing. It is the quiet beginning of longevity. It is the first whisper of vitality that will grow stronger in the weeks and months ahead. The first days of transformation are only the beginning, but they carry the seeds of everything that follows. You have opened the doors of the inner temple. You have ignited the first light. You have awakened the sleeping garden. And now, as your body continues this journey, we move toward what happens next, the second stage of transformation that unfolds over weeks and months, where deeper healing begins, and the body starts reclaiming its natural wisdom more fully. By the time you enter the second and third weeks of this practice, your body is no longer simply responding to a new routine. It is adapting, reorganizing, and beginning the long process of rewriting patterns that may have been dormant or damaged for years. What begins as subtle shifts in the early days now deepens into true physiological change. The transformation becomes layered, rooted in both the cellular and the emotional realms, and it begins to reveal itself with a clarity that cannot be mistaken. At this stage, the body is no longer cautious. It no longer wonders if this new nourishment is temporary. It feels consistency, and with consistency, it begins to trust. This trust is crucial because trust is what allows the deeper healing systems, those that activate only when the body feels safe to awaken. There is a moment, often sometime in week 2 or 3, when you notice something subtle yet profound. Your body feels lighter in ways that have nothing to do with weight. There is a spaciousness inside you, as if an internal fog has lifted. You may catch yourself breathing deeper without effort. You may feel a quiet steadiness beneath your ribs. You may sense that your mind is not gripping worries as tightly as before. This is what happens when inflammation begins to lower. Not just the inflammation in your joints or gut, but the inflammation in your brain, your nerves, your heart, your emotional tissues. When inflammation decreases, the body stops fighting itself. It begins to harmonize. It begins to rest. And the 6 morning foods, each one chosen with purpose, work together to create this harmony. The lemon water has now fully awakened the liver's detox pathways. Honey has stabilized and nourished the microbiome. Ginger continues to stimulate circulation, keeping your inner fire steady. Turmeric travels through your tissues like a soft golden healer, dissolving old inflammatory residues. The apple cools, sweeps, and balances. Sesame seeds fortify your bones, nerves, and hormonal balance. By this time, your digestion, one of the core engines of physical and emotional health, begins to transform in noticeable ways. Meals feel lighter. Bloating reduces or disappears. The gut moves with more ease. Nutrients absorb more fully. The microbiome becomes more diverse and alive. Modern science has shown that the gut rebuilds itself rapidly when given the right environment, and this ritual creates that environment day after day. As the gut heals, something else awakens emotional clarity. In Buddhist teachings, emotions are not separate from the physical body. They reside in tissues, organs, and energy centers. When digestion becomes smooth and inflammation lowers, emotional debris rises gently to the surface, not to overwhelm, but to release. You may find that you react less sharply, that your patience lasts longer, that stress feels less suffocating. that you can breathe through moments that once knocked you off balance. This is the nervous system recalibrating. The body spends less time in the fight or flight state and more time in the rest and heal state. Cortisol levels begin to regulate. Adrenal fatigue starts to ease. The mind becomes less chaotic. Sleep becomes deeper, more restorative. For many people, this stage brings a sense of awakening, like dust settling on a long neglected surface, finally revealing the shape beneath it. Between weeks 3 and 6, physical changes become more visible. Skin begins to glow with a gentle luminosity, not because of cosmetics or external treatments, but because inflammation beneath the skin is calming and detoxification is working. Eyes gain clarity. Hair texture may improve. The jaw unclenches. Shoulders relax. The breath deepens. Weight may naturally begin to rebalance, not through restriction, but through alignment. When the body no longer battles inflammatory foods, imbalanced blood sugar, or sluggish elimination, it finds its own equilibrium. This is the body's wisdom returning. By now, people around you may begin to notice. They may ask why your eyes look brighter, why your expression seems calmer, why your movements feel more grounded, why your energy is smooth instead of erratic, why there is a softness in your presence that wasn't there before. These changes are not cosmetic. They are spiritual, emotional, biological, all at once. You are becoming more yourself. This stage of transformation also brings a deepening of intuition. You begin to feel which foods support you, which thoughts uplift you, which habits nourish you, which environments drain you. The morning ritual creates internal clarity, and clarity sharpens intuition. It becomes easier to make choices that serve your well-being because the body is no longer tangled in confusion, cravings, or imbalance. Another powerful shift occurs in immunity. By this stage, many people notice fewer colds, faster recovery, less inflammation-driven pain, fewer flare-ups of chronic conditions. This is because the immune system, relieved of constant internal battle, finally has energy to function as it was designed. That strength rises quietly, steadily, like the roots of a tree deepening beneath the soil. Your mental clarity heightens as well. The fog that once made simple tasks feel heavy begins to dissipate. Your thoughts become sharper, not rushed, not frantic, but spacious. Focus returns. Creativity flows again. You feel more grounded in your decisions, more present in your conversations, more aware of what you truly need. In spiritual terms, this is the body remembering its light. In biological terms, this is the brain regulating inflammation, restoring neurotransmitters, and recalibrating neural pathways. In emotional terms, this is the heart releasing years of tension held in silence. By the end of the first month, something profound unfolds. The ritual no longer feels like something you are doing. It feels like something that is doing something to you. It carries you. It shapes you. It holds you. The sequence becomes a form of meditation, a morning prayer, a moment of self-returning. And as you enter the later weeks, the ones where transformations become deeper and more enduring, you begin to understand that this ritual is not simply improving your health. It is awakening your relationship with your body, your clarity, and your life. Next, we will walk into the longer timeline of transformation, the months where the healing becomes visible, undeniable, and often life-changing. When you cross the threshold from weeks into months, when this morning ritual has lived inside your life long enough to become a rhythm rather than a discipline, you begin to enter one of the most profound stages of transformation. What once felt like subtle shifts in your body now deepens into an unmistakable sense of rebirth. Healing is no longer something you are trying to achieve. It becomes something your body performs naturally, quietly, effortlessly. There is a moment often between the second and third month when you realize that you do not remember the last time you felt bloated, sluggish, or clouded. You do not remember the last time your energy crashed mid-afternoon, or your mind spiraled into fog. You do not remember the last time your sleep was broken, or your mornings felt heavy. This is not because you forgot, but because the body has rewritten its rhythms. You have stepped into a new normal. What is extraordinary about this stage is that the transformation is now visible to others, though it often sneaks up on you. People begin to ask if you've changed something in your lifestyle. They notice the clarity in your eyes, the brightness in your face, the ease in your voice. They notice your posture grounded, open, awakened. They notice a quality of presence around you that feels lighter, calmer, and clearer. And beneath these outward impressions, your inner systems are undergoing a deeper purification. Your liver, now consistently supported by lemon water and detoxifying foods, begins operating at a level of efficiency it hasn't known in years. It processes toxins faster, breaks down fats more effectively, filters your blood with greater clarity. Science shows that the liver regenerates when given the right nourishment. This ritual becomes a daily invitation for that regeneration. Your gut, nourished by honey, soothed by apple pectin, strengthened by sesame minerals, becomes a thriving ecosystem. Harmful bacteria lose their foothold. Beneficial bacteria take root. Inflammation drops. Nutrient absorption rises. The gut lining begins repairing itself, which has a direct effect on immunity, mood, energy, and even skin clarity. Your microbiome becomes a garden, and because the right seeds are planted every single morning, the garden grows lush, stable, and resilient. Your inflammation levels continue dropping. Ginger and turmeric keep the internal fires balanced and clean, while apple and sesame provide cooling and grounding. Chronic inflammation, responsible for most modern illnesses, begins to lose its grip on your body. Joints move with greater ease. Muscles recover faster. Pain recedes. The subtle aches you once dismissed as part of aging now dissolve like mist in sunlight. Your blood sugar stabilizes. The morning apple prevents spikes. The gentle nourishment of honey regulates metabolic rhythms. Ginger improves insulin sensitivity. Turmeric improves liver function, indirectly stabilizing glucose levels. This means fewer cravings, steadier energy, and a mind no longer tugged around by physiological swings. Your brain begins to shine in ways that feel like rediscovering a part of yourself you had misplaced long ago. Curcumin, able to cross the blood-brain barrier, continues its quiet work, reducing inflammation, supporting neurotransmitter balance, protecting neurons. Clear, steady focus becomes normal. Emotional resilience strengthens. The habits of overthinking, worrying, or spiraling begin to loosen, replaced by a sense of grounded clarity. Sleep deepens into real restoration, not the restless, fragmented sleep that leaves you tired, but a sleep that nourishes the nervous system. You may begin dreaming more vividly or sleeping more soundly. You wake not just awake, but refreshed. Your hormones begin to balance. Sesame lignans, apple polyphenols, honey's natural enzymes, and turmeric's regulatory effects all contribute to hormonal equilibrium. Mood swings ease. Stress responses soften. The nervous system finds steadiness instead of reactivity. For many, this stage feels like emotional adulthood, an ability to meet life's challenges without fracturing inside. Your skin becomes a reflection of your inner environment. Detoxification, hydration, improved circulation, and nutrient absorption bring a glow that no cosmetic can replicate. It is the glow of inflammation dissolving and vitality rising. The glow of a body finally operating the way it was designed to operate. Your energy becomes consistent, not rushing up and crashing down, but flowing evenly from morning to night. This is because the root systems inside you, digestion, blood sugar hormones, liver function, circulation, are now functioning in harmony. A body in harmony creates energy as naturally as a healthy tree produces fruit. Your emotional landscape begins to shift as well. You find yourself more patient, more compassionate, less reactive, more grounded, less overwhelmed. The mind gains space, thoughts are clearer, the heart is softer, stress loses its sharp edges. This is not magic. It is biology and mindfulness intertwining. What is perhaps most beautiful about this stage is the sense of self returning. Not the old self weighed down by fatigue, stress, or heaviness, but the true self, the one beneath all the accumulated noise. You begin to feel a brightness inside that is not intensity, but clarity. You begin to feel a strength that is not force, but steadiness. Healing becomes natural. Calm becomes natural. Clarity becomes natural. Vitality becomes natural. You move through your days with a quiet confidence, not loud, not prideful, but grounded. You sense a deeper alignment between what you eat, how you breathe, how you think, and how you feel. Healing at this stage is not only physical, it is spiritual. It comes with a sense of rightness, a sense that you are finally walking in rhythm with your body rather than against it. The 6 morning foods have become your temple, your meditation, your teacher, and your body responds with gratitude that permeates every cell. This stage sets the foundation for the most profound transformations of all, the complete reversal of chronic imbalances, the awakening of deep vitality, the renewal of systems that once struggled, and the long-term changes that define a new way of living. In the next part, we step into these later months, the stage where healing becomes not just visible, but life-changing, and where the body begins to transform in ways that once felt impossible. By the time you reach the 3rd, 4th, and 6th month of this morning practice, something extraordinary begins to unfold, something far deeper than increased energy, clearer skin, or calmer emotions. You begin entering the stage where the body doesn't just improve, it restores, it rebuilds. It starts to reverse years, sometimes decades of accumulated imbalance, inflammation, and internal wear that you may have unknowingly carried. This is the stage where healing moves from the surface of your life into the deepest chambers of your being. It is no longer about temporary relief or momentary improvement. It is about regeneration, renewal, recovery. It is about your body remembering its original design, the one built for vitality, clarity, longevity, and self-healing. At this point, the morning ritual is no longer a routine. It is a wisdom that lives inside your bones. You no longer perform it with effort. You perform it with devotion, like a quiet prayer offered to the body that has carried you through every joy and every hardship of your life. And the body responds with a transformation so steady, so profound, so unmistakable, that it becomes impossible to dismiss as coincidence. Because in these long months, something sacred happens. Your body begins to forgive you. It forgives the stress. It forgives the rushing. It forgives the processed foods. It forgives the sleepless nights. It forgives the neglect, the pressure, the emotional weight. It forgives everything you didn't know. And in that forgiveness, it begins to heal. This stage of transformation is not loud. It is not dramatic. It is quiet, deep, and powerful, like roots growing beneath the soil. Yet even though it is quiet, it reaches into every corner of your biology. Your liver, after months of consistent support, enters a stage of regeneration. Modern science has shown that the liver is the only organ capable of rebuilding itself almost entirely if given the right conditions. The gentle daily cleansing from lemon water, the anti-inflammatory power of turmeric, the fiber from apples, the minerals from sesame seeds, they create those conditions. Fatty liver begins to shrink, liver enzymes stabilize, hormonal balance improves, metabolism becomes smoother, toxic load decreases. The liver is no longer overloaded. It becomes efficient, almost youthful in its ability to detoxify, cleanse, and support the rest of the body. Your digestive system undergoes one of the most profound transformations. The gut lining repairs itself. The microbiome becomes stable, diversified, alive. Conditions like acid reflux, bloating, irritable bowel issues, and constipation begin to dissolve. Food sensitivities soften. Digestive strength. What many traditions call digestive fire returns. This new gut health doesn't just affect digestion. It rewires your emotional world. A stable gut means a stable mind. A nourished gut means calmer emotions. A balanced gut means reduced anxiety and depression. You begin to feel emotionally anchored, not because life becomes easier, but because your inner world becomes stronger. Your brain, too, begins to change. Curcumin continues to support neuroplasticity, reduce brain inflammation, and protect neural pathways. Ginger increases circulation to the brain. Apples provide polyphenols that support memory. Honey nourishes your natural sleep-wake cycles. Sesame supports neurotransmitter balance. After several months, many people experience sharper focus, improved memory, greater emotional regulation, reduced anxiety, more balanced moods, a return of creativity, a sense of mental spaciousness. This mental clarity is not artificial. It is not pushed or forced. It is the natural clarity that arises when inflammation decreases and the brain finally breathes freely. Your immune system also undergoes a profound strengthening. Months of reduced inflammation, cleaner blood, nourished gut bacteria, and improved nutrient absorption mean the immune system can finally do what it was designed to do. Not fight internal chaos, but protect you from the outside world. Fewer infections, faster recovery, stronger resilience, a steadier internal environment. This is the body moving from survival mode into strength mode. Even your bones and joints begin to change. Sesame's minerals support bone density. Turmeric reduces chronic inflammation in joints. Ginger improves circulation to connective tissues. As a result, pain decreases, stiffness softens, and mobility increases. Many people feel younger, not because of external appearance, but because their body moves with more freedom and less resistance. Your cardiovascular system benefits deeply as well. Apple polyphenols reduce oxidative stress. Lemon alkalizes the blood. Ginger improves circulation. Turmeric protects blood vessels. Sesame supports heart health through minerals and healthy fats. Over months, blood pressure stabilizes, cholesterol improves, and the heart grows stronger, steadier, calmer. Your hormonal system, now nourished and no longer battling inflammation, begins to balance itself. For many, menstrual cycles stabilize. Mood swings soften. Sleep becomes deep and restorative. Cortisol. The stress hormone decreases, allowing hormones like melatonin, serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin to find their natural rhythm. Your metabolism becomes more efficient. The body's habit of storing fat out of stress or imbalance diminishes. Weight begins to normalize not through force or dieting, but through harmony. You may not realize it at first because the process is gentle, but over several months, the body settles into a healthier shape. And beyond all these physical changes, something even more transformative occurs. You begin to live in alignment with yourself. You wake with clarity instead of confusion. You move with intention instead of inertia. You choose foods that nourish instead of numb. You breathe more deeply. You listen more softly. You think more clearly. You feel more fully. Your days gain a new tone, not frantic, not scattered, but centered. Your presence becomes calmer. Your decisions become clearer. Your emotions become steadier. Your energy becomes wiser. Healing at this stage becomes a way of being. It becomes the new soil from which you make choices, build habits, and carry yourself through the world. And with this foundation established, this deep internal reorganization, we move toward the next stage, the point where chronic conditions begin to reverse, where years of imbalance begin to dissolve, and where the body enters its most powerful phase of regeneration. By the time you reach the deeper months of this morning ritual, months 4, 5, 6, and beyond, you enter a realm of transformation that many people never imagine possible. This is the stage where the body does something extraordinary. It begins to reverse conditions that once felt permanent. It begins to unravel patterns that doctors called irreversible. That age was blamed for that stress quietly built over years, and that you may have accepted as your fate. But the truth is far more hopeful. The body is never static. It is always trying to heal, always trying to restore itself, always trying to return you to balance. Most of the time, it simply lacks the nourishment, clarity, and support it needs to activate its deeper healing intelligence. This morning ritual, simple, ancient, gentle, is designed precisely to unlock that intelligence. It creates the environment in which long-standing illness no longer feels welcome. It clears the pathways through which healing travels. It gives the body the resources it has been waiting for. And when the body finally receives these resources consistently, something sacred begins reversal. Not coping, not managing, not slowing down decline. Reversal. This is the stage many people describe as life-changing, because what begins to shift here is not only inconvenient discomfort, it is the very conditions that once shaped your life in heavy ways. For many chronic digestive issues, acid reflux, constipation, irritable bowel inflammation begin to fade, not temporarily, but structurally. The gut lining has had months of nourishment, rest, and repair. The microbiome is stable and vibrant. Ginger and turmeric have reduced inflammation at its roots. Apple pectin has cleared residues. Honey has fed beneficial bacteria. Lemon water has kept digestion smooth. Sesame has strengthened intestinal walls. The body begins to digest with ease, absorb with ease, eliminate with ease. And for many people, this ease feels like a rebirth. Chronic inflammation, one of the most persistent drivers of modern disease, continues to decline. Conditions such as joint pain, stiffness, migraines, autoimmune flare-ups, and chronic fatigue begin to loosen. Inflammation that once settled in tissues and refused to leave finally softens under the sustained presence of ginger, turmeric, minerals, and balanced blood sugar. Pain becomes less frequent, less intense, less dominant in daily life. Some people describe waking up one morning and realizing they no longer ache. That sensation, once normal to them, had quietly disappeared. Blood pressure stabilizes for many. Cholesterol naturally improves. Circulation becomes smoother. Because the morning ritual is not one supplement or one food, It is a system that supports the heart from all directions. Lemon cleanses and alkalizes. Ginger opens blood vessels. Turmeric repairs vessel linings. Apples reduce oxidative stress. Sesame fortifies the arterial walls. This synergy creates a gentle yet powerful shift in cardiovascular health. For those with blood sugar challenges, this stage often brings stabilization they had never reached before. The morning apple prevents spikes. Balanced eating throughout the day follows naturally. Ginger and turmeric increase insulin sensitivity. The liver, now clean and efficient, helps regulate glucose with far more ease. Many people who once struggled with cravings, energy crashes, or pre-diabetic symptoms begin to experience a quiet stabilization that feels almost miraculous, but is simply the body doing what it always wanted to do. Hormonal imbalances related to stress, sleep metabolism, or reproductive health also begin to recalibrate. The daily anti-inflammatory support allows regulatory hormones to function again. Sesame lignans support estrogen balance. Apple polyphenols improve metabolic hormonal flow. Honey supports the sleep-wake cycle. Reduced inflammation calms cortisol. For women, cycles become more regular, less painful, more aligned. For men, vitality, stamina, and hormonal steadiness improve. For everyone, emotional stability rises. Sleep, the great healer, becomes deeper and more restorative. Months of reduced inflammation and improved digestion allow the nervous system to finally rest at night. Many describe their sleep as healing sleep, the kind that restores the body at a cellular level. Dreams become clearer. The mind quiets, and waking becomes effortless. Skin conditions, acne, eczema, dryness, inflammation continue to heal as the digestive system strengthens and detoxification becomes efficient. Skin reflects inner health, and when the inner world calms, the skin glows with clarity and quiet radiance. Even long-standing fatigue begins to lift, not through stimulation, but through repair. Energy rises not in spikes, but in a smooth, grounded flow that accompanies you through the day. At this stage, the transformation becomes so steady and undeniable that people around you begin not only to notice, but to ask what you are doing. They see the softness in your presence, the clarity in your eyes, the calmness in your reactions. They see your newfound patience, your deeper breath, your gentler way of carrying yourself. And perhaps the most beautiful part of this transformation is the emotional and spiritual healing that begins to ripple through your life. When chronic conditions loosen, so does the emotional weight attached to them. When physical suffering declines, mental suffering softens. When the body stops crying for help, the mind is free to rest in silence. You begin to see that healing is not a punishment or reward. It is a natural state, a state your body was always meant to inhabit. And now that you have entered this stage, your body continues to move in the direction of wholeness. The morning ritual becomes less about avoiding illness and more about walking into the fullness of your health, your clarity, your life. From here, the journey deepens even further. You step into the phase where vitality expands, where emotional resilience strengthens, where the entire inner landscape settles into harmony, and where aging itself begins to shift into something softer, slower, more graceful. By the time you reach this stage, after months of consistency, devotion, and gentle nourishment, something extraordinary begins to stir within you. Not just healing, not just restoration, but vitality. A rising energy that feels ancient and new at the same time. A strength that does not roar, but hums beneath your skin, like a quiet, glowing current. This is the period when your body finally has enough space, enough nourishment, enough balance to do something. it has not been able to do in a long time: generate life force instead of merely conserving it. For so many people, the body spends years, sometimes decades, simply trying to keep up, fighting inflammation, managing stress, digesting poor quality food, recovering from sleepless nights, surviving emotional storms. In that constant battle, there is little room for vitality. There is little room for radiance. But when the internal burden softens, when inflammation falls, digestion strengthens blood sugar, stabilizes hormones, rebalance, the body begins to produce energy, not from desperation, but from harmony. This energy is not jittery, frantic, unstable energy. It is not the caffeine-driven rise and crash energy. It is not the restless, edgy energy of adrenaline. It is steady. It is luminous. It is deeply rooted. It is the kind of vitality that feels like waking up inside your own life again. This stage of transformation brings a noticeable shift in how you move through your day. You may find yourself waking before your alarm, not because you must, but because your body is truly rested. Morning no longer feels like an obstacle to climb over. It feels like a fresh opening. Your breath deepens naturally. You inhale more fully, exhale more completely. This is the body's way of telling you that your nervous system is no longer trapped in survival mode. Muscles that once held tension without your awareness begin to release. The jaw softens. The shoulders drop. The belly loosens. Even your posture begins to change, not because you force it, but because the body rises from within. This is one of the quiet miracles of reduced inflammation and improved digestion. When the organs relax, the spine rises effortlessly. Buddhist monks often say, "The body sits by itself," and now you begin to understand what they mean. Your emotional resilience strengthens as well. Where small frustrations once triggered irritation, now they pass through you with gentleness. Where stress once overwhelmed you, now meet it with steadiness. Where fear once tightened your heart, you now breathe and remain present. This is not becoming emotionless, it is becoming grounded, becoming centered. You begin to feel the difference between reaction and response. You begin to sense the space between stimulus and choice. You begin to live from clarity instead of impulse. This is vitality in its spiritual form, the ability to remain awake and steady in the midst of life's movement. Your creativity rises too, not in rushed bursts, but in an effortless flow. The mind, no longer clouded by inflammation or exhaustion, begins to weave ideas with ease. You may find yourself drawn to writing, drawing, organizing, creating, dreaming. Inspiration arrives not from pressure, but from inner spaciousness. This is because the brain now has surplus energy. It is no longer using all its resources to simply maintain basic function. It has room to explore. Your relationships may begin to shift as well. You become more patient, more present, more compassionate. You listen more deeply. You speak with more clarity. You move with more intention. Healing the body often leads to healing the heart, because when the body is tense and inflamed, the emotional world becomes reactive. But when the body becomes calm, the heart opens. Many people describe this stage as feeling lighter, not in weight, but in spirit. A heaviness you didn't realize you carried begins to dissolve. Old tension begins to loosen. Old emotional echoes begin to fade. Vitality is not only energy, it is emotional spaciousness. It is mental clarity. It is spiritual openness. It is the sense that you are no longer compressed inside yourself. Even aging begins to shift. Not magically, not dramatically, but gently and noticeably. Skin appears brighter. Joints feel more fluid. Movement feels less stiff. Recovery becomes faster. Your body begins to age with grace rather than resistance. You realize that aging is not the enemy. Inflammation is. And now inflammation has lost its throne. As vitality rises, you may notice something else. Your intuition becomes sharper. You sense what nourishes you and what drains you. You lose interest in foods or habits that once harmed you. You gravitate naturally toward balance, clarity, stillness. This is because the body's signals are no longer drowned out by noise. The inner voice becomes audible again. You may even find moments of quiet joy without any external cause, simple contentment, a feeling of being in harmony with yourself. In Buddhist teachings, this is a sign that the mind and body are aligning, that suffering is loosening its grip, and that clarity is settling like a soft light inside your chest. This stage is not the end. It is the beginning of a deeper awakening. Because when vitality rises, the body moves from healing into expansion, from restoration into thriving, from surviving into living. The months ahead, months 6, 9, 12, and beyond, take this vitality and deepen it into something profound: long-term longevity, emotional mastery, and a life lived in harmony with your body's natural intelligence. The next part of this journey will explore how this ritual shapes your long-term future, your health, your aging, your peace, and how the effects compound over years, not just months. By the time you pass 6 months of this morning ritual, and especially as you cross into 9 months, 12 months, and beyond, you enter a stage of transformation that few people in modern life ever reach. This is not simply the easing of symptoms, not merely improved digestion, or clearer skin, or steadier mood. This is something far more profound, more life-shaping, more enduring. This is the stage where your body begins to age differently, where your cells begin to renew differently, where your energy flows younger, cleaner, more vibrant than it has in years. This stage is not about short-term healing. It is about long-term longevity. It is about shifting the very trajectory of your health. The morning ritual, simple, humble, rooted in ancient wisdom, now becomes the foundation of a new internal biology. You are no longer healing from the past. You are creating your future. And your body begins responding like a landscape that has been nourished for seasons, blossoming in places that were barren, stabilizing in areas that once crumbled, flourishing with a quiet confidence. At this stage, one of the most profound changes unfolds on the cellular level. The mitochondria, the energy engines of your cells, begin to function with renewed strength. Months of lowered inflammation, improved nutrient absorption, and stable blood sugar give them exactly what they need. Science shows that mitochondrial strength is one of the most important predictors of longevity, mood stability, and energy levels. What you feel is simple. You no longer run out of energy. Your days stretch gracefully. Your tasks flow effortlessly. Your body keeps up with your mind. Buddhist monks often speak of lightness without weakness, a state of effortless vitality. This is where that lightness takes root. Another profound shift occurs in your cardiovascular system. Blood vessels become more flexible, more open, more resilient. This is because ginger keeps circulation active, turmeric protects vessel linings, apple polyphenols reduce oxidative stress, lemon cleanses gently, and sesame minerals strengthen the heart's supporting structures. As a result, your heart ages more slowly. Blood pressure steadies. Circulation becomes smooth. This reduction in cardiovascular strain is one of the great indicators of long-term health and longevity. In these later months, the nervous system undergoes a deep rewiring. Months of gentle nourishment have strengthened your vagus nerve, the great regulator of calm digestion, emotional balance, and stress response. You become less reactive, less easily shaken, more grounded in your own presence. Moments that once triggered anxiety now pass through you, like wind moving through open space. Situations that once tightened your chest now dissolve before they take hold. Thoughts that once overwhelmed now appear and fade like clouds. This is not suppression. This is regulation. This is the nervous system functioning the way it was designed to function. Your immune system, too, becomes almost unrecognizable. The chronic inflammation that once consumed its energy is now gone. Months of stable digestion and balanced microbiome activity mean your immunity operates from a place of strength, not stress. You become less prone to illness. Recovery becomes quicker. Minor imbalances correct themselves before they manifest as symptoms. This is the immune system behaving like a guardian, not a firefighter. But one of the most profound transformations of this stage occurs in the brain. Curcumin continues to support neuroplasticity and protect neurons. Ginger ensures steady blood flow. Stable blood sugar prevents the spikes that damage cognition over time. Honey's natural enzymes support sleep cycles. Apple polyphenols reduce oxidative stress in brain tissue. Sesame minerals support neurotransmitter pathways. Together, these changes create something beautiful. You begin to think with clarity. You remember with ease. You focus without force. You create without resistance. Many people describe this stage as a return to the sharpness, curiosity, and brightness they had in their youth, but without the emotional instability of the younger years. Your skin, your body's outer mirror, begins to reflect everything happening inside. It becomes brighter, smoother, calmer. Not because of a product, but because inflammation has softened and hydration has deepened at a cellular level. Fine lines may soften. Texture improves. The glow becomes unmistakable. Your metabolism and weight settle into a natural equilibrium. The body is no longer holding onto fat as a defense mechanism against stress or inflammation. It is no longer confused. It knows exactly what to burn, what to store, and when to let go. You feel lighter, not as a goal, but as a result of inner balance. Your hormonal balance reaches a new stage of stability. The body now cycles naturally, whether the cycle is menstrual, metabolic, circadian, or emotional. Stress no longer throws your hormones into chaos. Food no longer disrupts your rhythm. Your mornings, grounded in the ritual, guide your entire endocrine system throughout the day. But perhaps the greatest transformation in these long months is emotional maturity. You begin to respond to life from a place of spaciousness instead of contraction. You feel emotions without drowning in them. You meet challenges without collapsing under their weight. You regard your own experience with compassion rather than judgment. People may begin telling you, "You seem calmer. You feel different. You have a glow. You're so grounded." This grounding is not performative. It is not a skill. It is the natural consequence of a well-regulated body. Your spiritual awareness also deepens even if you do not practice formal meditation. When the body is balanced, the mind naturally grows still. When the fire of digestion is steady, the fire of the mind becomes clear. When inflammation fades, fog fades with it. You begin to see life with soft clarity. You notice the wind. You notice your breath. You notice silence. You notice yourself. This noticing is not effort, it is awakening. In this stage, you realize that the ritual has become more than a practice. It has become a companion, a teacher, a quiet discipline that supports your life. It guides you gently, anchors you deeply, and expands you naturally. And now, standing at the doorway of long-term transformation, you begin to sense something larger. This ritual is no longer just improving your health. It is reshaping your destiny. It is altering the path of your aging. It is rewriting the story of your body. In the next part, we explore how this transformation continues to unfold into the realm of resilience, inner freedom, and spiritual awakening, where the body, mind, and heart become aligned in a way that carries you through the rest of your life. As you cross deeper into this journey beyond the early shifts, beyond the first months of healing, beyond the awakening of vitality, you begin to step into something far more profound, far more enduring, far more sacred. You begin to enter the era of resilience. This is the stage where your body no longer simply heals from what once burdened it. It becomes resistant to imbalance. It becomes strong in ways you may never have experienced before. It becomes a vessel, not of survival, but of clarity, steadiness, and inner freedom. At this point, the morning ritual is no longer just a series of foods or habits. It is a living rhythm that shapes your entire internal world. Each morning, the ritual becomes a reminder to your body. You are safe. You are supported. You can operate with ease. And the body listens. It adapts. It evolves. In this stage, you begin to notice a new quality of strength, a strength that does not announce itself loudly, that does not overwhelm, that does not depend on adrenaline or force. Instead, it quietly fills your tissues, your breath, your presence. It is the strength of balance, the strength of steadiness, the strength of clarity. You wake up with a body that feels dependable, a mind that feels clear, a mood that feels grounded. The small fluctuations that once sent your emotions spiraling now pass through you like gentle waves. Anxiety softens. Stress loses its bite. Your thoughts begin to flow in a single focused direction rather than scattering in every direction at once. This is resilience not as toughness, but as fluidity. Not as rigidity, but as adaptability. Not as resistance, but as inner spaciousness. Buddhist teachings often say, "A strong mind is not the one that resists, but the one that yields with wisdom." This is the kind of strength your body begins to cultivate now. The digestive system now works with such smoothness that you may forget what discomfort once felt like. Meals digest with ease. There is no heaviness, no bloating, no stagnation. The gut lining is strong, the microbiome is balanced, inflammation is low, and nutrients are absorbed with remarkable efficiency. Because digestion is harmonized, your mood holds steady throughout the day. Science confirms what ancient traditions have always known. A calm gut is the foundation of a calm mind. You notice that your cravings change not through discipline, but through wisdom. Foods that once pulled at you now feel heavy. Foods that once numbed you now taste artificial. Your body begins to guide you with a clarity that feels almost intuitive. It whispers what it needs and gently rejects what harms. This is the intelligence of the body awakening. As the months progress, your metabolism becomes resilient as well. Blood sugar stays balanced even through long days. Your energy feels consistent. There are no crashes, no spikes, no frantic hunger. Instead, your days move in long, smooth arcs. This metabolic stability is one of the most powerful protections against modern disease, and you have built it from the inside out. Your joints become more resilient too. Where once there was stiffness, now there is fluidity. Where once there was pain, now there is ease. Ginger and turmeric continue their quiet work, sweeping inflammation out of tissues and bringing warmth into areas that once felt locked or fragile. You move with more grace. Your walk becomes lighter. Your posture improves without effort. And with this new resilience, something begins to shift in the way you carry yourself through life. You begin to feel capable, not in a forced way, but in a natural way, like water flowing through a riverbed. Your confidence rises, not from ego, but from clarity. You know what your body can handle. You know what your mind can hold. You know what your emotions can navigate. This brings an emotional strength that is unmistakable. Stressful conversations no longer unsettle you. Unexpected challenges no longer overwhelm you. Instead of reacting, you pause. You breathe. You see clearly. You respond with intention. This is not emotional suppression. This is emotional resilience. Your communication softens, yet sharpens. You become more patient, more precise, more present. You stop speaking from fear. You stop acting from exhaustion. You stop reacting from imbalance. This emotional resilience shapes your relationships in profound ways. You become a calmer presence, a grounding presence. People feel safe around you. They sense your steadiness. They sense your clarity. You no longer absorb others' emotions the way you once did. You hold your own center. Spiritually, this stage brings a quiet awakening. You begin to experience moments of peace, not because life is calm, but because you are calm. Stillness arises in the middle of movement. Clarity arises in the middle of noise. Contentment arises without reason. This is the fruit of a body in balance. This is the fruit of a mind at ease. This is the fruit of a nervous system that has learned how to rest. You may begin to notice small but profound shifts in your daily experience. You notice the taste of food more vividly. You feel the warmth of sunlight more deeply. You listen more attentively. You breathe more fully. You appreciate small things with a tenderness you once overlooked. This is not sentimentality, this is awareness returning. This is consciousness becoming clear, and it is in this stage that you begin to understand a deeper truth. Healing is not only the absence of illness, healing is the presence of clarity, vitality, steadiness, and peace. Healing is the integration of body, mind, and spirit. Healing is resilience, the ability to meet life with openness instead of fear. This resilience becomes your new foundation. It becomes the ground beneath your decisions, the breath beneath your emotions, the clarity behind your thoughts. From this foundation, life feels different, not because life changed, but because you changed. Next, we will step into the stage where this resilience evolves even further, where your life itself begins to transform, not just your body, and where the practice you began months ago becomes the quiet force that shapes your future. By the time you reach this stage, months of healing behind you, resilience rooted deep within you, an even larger transformation begins to unfold. It is not simply the body healing now. It is not simply the mind growing quieter or the emotions settling into balance. It is your life itself beginning to reorganize around the new clarity you carry. This is the point where the inner work you have done morning after morning begins to ripple outward into every corner of your existence. What started as 6 simple foods at dawn becomes a force quietly shaping your relationships, your choices, your environment, your habits, your direction, and even the opportunities that flow toward you. Because when the body becomes balanced, the mind becomes sharp. When the mind becomes sharp, awareness becomes clear. When awareness becomes clear, decisions become aligned. And when decisions become aligned, life begins to transform. This transformation is rarely dramatic. It does not come with sudden upheavals or extreme changes. Instead, it arrives like a gentle tide that washes and reshapes the shore a little more each day, subtle yet powerful, gradual yet undeniable. You begin to notice that the way you make choices has changed. Where you once acted out of habit, now you act out of intention. Where you once said yes from obligation, now you say yes from clarity. Where you once tolerated imbalance, now you sense it immediately and adjust. This clarity is not rigid, it is compassionate, spacious, steady. It comes from a body that no longer operates in survival mode, a body that no longer sends signals of distress through fatigue, cravings, inflammation, or tension. A body that no longer clouds your judgment with internal chaos. In this stage, your relationships also begin to shift in noticeable ways. You find yourself listening more deeply, speaking more gently, and expressing yourself with authenticity rather than reactivity. Because emotional resilience has taken root, you no longer take everything personally. You no longer absorb negativity as if it were your own. You hold your center, even when others lose theirs. Some relationships become more harmonious. Some conversations become easier. Some conflicts dissolve before they arise. And some connections that once drained you gently fall away, not out of anger, but out of clarity. You begin to attract relationships that match the new frequency of your inner world people who value balance, honesty, respect, growth, and presence. This is natural. When you become grounded, you become more selective, not out of judgment, but out of self-respect. Your environment begins to change as well. You feel drawn to clean spaces. You feel the urge to reorganize your home. You become more aware of what nourishes your senses and what disturbs them. You create spaces that feel calm, supportive, warm, and breathable. This is not simply tidying. It is the mind aligning your external world with your internal state. Your work life also begins to transform, not always dramatically, but deeply. Tasks that once overwhelmed you now feel manageable. Projects that once felt draining now feel purposeful. Distractions that once stole your focus now fall away. The noise of daily life stops cluttering your thoughts. You work with more presence. You create with more intention. You communicate with more precision. You solve problems with more clarity. And because your mind no longer burns energy on internal chaos, you have more internal resources to direct toward your growth. This is one of the great gifts of this stage. The energy once spent fighting your own body is now available for your life. Your sense of self also begins to shift. You begin to trust yourself in ways you never did before. You trust your instincts. You trust your decisions. You trust your ability to handle what arises. You trust your body's signals instead of questioning them. This trust becomes a quiet confidence that shapes the way you walk through the world. Not loud, not inflated, simply grounded. You show up differently, speak differently, breathe differently. This groundedness also changes the way you handle challenges. You no longer break under pressure. You no longer panic when plans shift. You no longer feel overwhelmed by uncertainty. Instead, you respond. You adapt. You navigate. You trust that clarity will come. You trust that you can meet whatever arises. And because you are not plagued by inner turbulence, you begin to enjoy life more fully. You notice beauty in simple things. A cup of warm tea, a moment of silence, the way light falls on a wall, the rhythm of your own breath. These are the kinds of joys that only a calm nervous system can perceive. Your creativity blossoms in ways that may surprise you. You begin to imagine new possibilities for your life. You begin to feel motivated not from pressure, but from inspiration. This sense of inspiration comes naturally when the mind is no longer suffocated by inflammation or overwhelmed by stress. Even your sense of purpose becomes clearer. You start recognizing what truly matters to you, what feels meaningful, what feels aligned. You begin to shed the unnecessary, the distracting, the burdensome. You move toward what feels light, true, and essential. This stage of transformation is perhaps the most meaningful in the entire journey because it is not simply about healing the body. It is about awakening your life. It is about reclaiming your direction, your clarity, your voice, your presence, and slowly, without force, without fear, without urgency, you begin to shape a life that feels like it truly belongs to you, a life that reflects your inner alignment instead of your old wounds. In the next part, we will explore how this awakening leads to deeper emotional mastery, a stronger sense of inner peace, and a level of clarity that becomes a guiding light in every area of your life. As you progress further into this journey, months of nourishment behind you, clarity now woven into your decisions, and resilience rooted deep within your mind and body, you begin to step into one of the most profound transformations of all, the awakening of inner peace. This is not a peace you chase, not a peace you force, not a peace you try to hold on to with desperate hands. It is a peace that rises naturally, quietly, gently, like mist lifting from a quiet lake at dawn. This stage is subtle, yet unmistakable. It feels like a soft settling inside your chest, as if the storms that once raged within you have finally found their shore. It feels like a loosening in your muscles, a widening in your breath, a spaciousness in your thoughts. Where once your mind felt full, now it feels open. Where once emotions flooded you, now they flow through you. You begin to realize that peace is not the absence of difficulty. Peace is the presence of balance. Peace is the body and mind working together instead of against one another. Peace is the nervous system no longer firing in constant defense. This transformation does not happen all at once. It ripens slowly. But when it arrives, it reshapes everything. You may notice that you no longer wake with a heavy heart or a racing mind. Instead, you wake as if emerging from a deep, gentle ocean of rest. Your mornings feel soft, like a warm blanket around your spirit. You rise not in urgency, but in gratitude. The ritual, now second nature, becomes a doorway into stillness. Warm lemon water no longer feels like a drink. It feels like a cleansing breath. Honey feels like a whisper of sweetness returning you to the present. Ginger feels like the spark of life awakening inside you. Turmeric feels like sunlight settling beneath your skin. Apple feels like cooling clarity. Sesame seeds feel like grounding. These foods, which once felt like a routine, now feel like a ceremony of the self, a daily honoring, a daily remembering. As inner peace expands, your reactivity begins to dissolve in ways you may not have expected. Situations that once irritated you now feel lighter. The sharp edges of stress begin to soften. Where you once snapped, you now breathe. Where you once withdrew, you now stay present. Where you once felt overwhelmed, you now feel anchored. This does not mean life stops challenging you, but you begin to experience life differently. Your mind no longer throws you into conflict with every emotion that arises. Instead, emotions appear, move through you, and pass like weather shifting across an open sky. Anger becomes shorter. Sadness becomes softer. Fear becomes quieter. Joy becomes deeper. This is the maturity of the inner world. This is emotional intelligence growing naturally not from technique, but from balance. Your sense of time also begins to shift. You no longer rush through your days as if you were chasing something invisible. You move with more presence, more attention, more intention. You enjoy moments more fully because you are no longer lost in the noise of your own mind. You listen differently. You walk differently. You breathe differently. You exist differently. In Buddhist teachings, this stage is described as the settling of the water. When the waters of the mind settle, you can finally see your own reflection. You begin to understand yourself not through analysis, but through clarity. You begin to recognize what truly matters to you, what nourishes you, what drains you, what aligns with your truth. This clarity brings a new simplicity to your life. You stop overcomplicating decisions. You stop carrying unnecessary emotional weight. You stop engaging in conflicts that no longer resonate with your values. You begin to see that many of the things that once stole your peace were not external events, but internal reactions. With peace blooming inside you, your relationships deepen as well. You become more compassionate, not out of effort, but because your heart is no longer guarded by constant stress. You begin to understand others more intuitively. You listen without needing to fix. You speak without needing to dominate. You connect without needing to perform. Your presence becomes a safe space, not only for others, but for yourself. Inner peace also enhances creativity in unexpected ways. Ideas begin to arise with clarity rather than strain. Inspiration flows naturally without pressure. You begin to rediscover parts of yourself you forgot: the curious child, the dreamer, the thinker, the quiet observer. This creativity is not frantic. It is grounded, warm, and expansive. Even your sense of spirituality deepens, not necessarily in a religious sense, but in an experiential one. You begin to feel connected to the rhythm of your life, to the flow of your breath, to the stillness within you, to the quiet meaning behind your days. This is not an idea, it is a sensation, a lived truth. Many people describe this stage as coming home to themselves, not to the person they became through stress or fear, but to the person they were always meant to be. This peace is not fragile. It is not easily disturbed, because it is rooted not in circumstances, but in the stability you have cultivated inside your own body. Your peace is not luck. It is the natural fruit of internal harmony. And with this peace, you become ready for the next stage, the blooming of clarity, purpose, and inner wisdom. The stage where your life begins to reflect, not your past, but your highest potential. As your inner peace deepens and your body continues to operate in balance, another profound shift begins to unfold, one that reaches beyond health, beyond resilience, beyond emotional steadiness. You begin to enter the stage where clarity becomes your natural perception, and purpose begins to reveal itself with a quiet but unmistakable voice. This is the stage where the fog that once clouded your mind, your choices, your direction, and even your identity begins to lift fully. Your inner world has settled enough, your emotional waters have calmed enough that you can finally see the landscape of your life without distortion. Clarity does not arrive like a sudden flash. It arrives like sunrise, slow, gentle, spreading light across everything you once could not see. For perhaps the first time in years, or even decades, you begin to see your life with new eyes. Not the eyes of survival, not the eyes of fear, not the eyes of overwhelm, but the eyes of an awakened, balanced, grounded mind. You begin to recognize what you truly want, what nourishes you, what drains you, what aligns with your truth, what belongs in your life, and what no longer does. This kind of clarity does not require force. It emerges naturally because the body and mind are no longer burdened by inflammation, imbalance, and internal noise. The 6 morning foods have done more than heal you physically. They have helped silence the static that once interfered with your inner knowing. Now, decisions that once felt impossible become simple. Not because life has fewer complexities, but because you have more space inside to meet them. You notice your intuition growing sharper. It becomes easier to sense when a situation feels right or wrong. You begin to trust the subtle signals of your own body, the rising of warmth when something aligns, the tightening of your chest when something does not. This intuitive intelligence, long buried under stress and toxicity, begins to rise like a long-forgotten friend returning home. With clarity, your sense of purpose begins to awaken as well. Purpose is not always a dramatic calling, nor is it always tied to career or achievement. Purpose can be a direction, a way of being, a desire to serve, a longing to create a quiet pull towards something meaningful. For some, purpose emerges as a rediscovery of passions forgotten. For others, it appears as a new sense of contribution or service. For many, it is simply the recognition of what brings peace, joy, depth, or harmony. And because your body is now aligned, you feel a renewed ability to pursue this purpose. You no longer wake tired. You no longer feel emotionally scattered. You no longer live weighed down by chronic pain or inner chaos. This new clarity becomes a kind of internal compass, gentle but steady, guiding you toward choices that nourish your future instead of repeating your past. You may notice subtle but powerful changes. You feel drawn toward work that feels meaningful rather than draining. You feel inspired to start projects you once avoided. You reconnect with creative interests, writing music, design, teaching expression. You begin releasing habits that once numbed or distracted you. You gravitate naturally toward people who support your growth. This shift does not require discipline. It requires alignment, and you have created that alignment through months of healing and consistency. Your daily actions begin to change as well. You approach tasks with more presence. You listen with greater attention. You express yourself with more authenticity. You pause before reacting. You breathe before deciding. Your clarity becomes a form of intelligence that is both logical and intuitive. You understand situations more deeply, not just on the surface, but at their root. You perceive patterns in your life. You recognize lessons faster. You adjust more gracefully. Buddhist teachings often describe this stage as seeing with the inner eye. It is the shift from living blindly to living consciously, from reacting to responding, from drifting to choosing. Another beautiful transformation happens here. Your relationship with time changes. You no longer rush through your days, nor do you feel overwhelmed by them. You experience time as something spacious, something you can move through with awareness instead of stress. This spaciousness gives birth to creativity, insight, and deep reflection. And in this space, new dreams begin to form. Small ones, like cultivating a morning garden, meaningful ones like reconnecting with family, quiet ones like writing a book, creating art, learning a new skill, or profound ones like shifting your entire life direction. This is not impulsive change. It is purpose unfolding. With clarity also comes courage. The courage to set boundaries. The courage to speak your truth. The courage to pursue what calls to you. The courage to leave what harms you. The courage to honor your own life. This courage grows not from force, but from balance. When you are grounded, you cannot be easily swayed. When your body is strong, your decisions grow strong. When your mind is clear, your voice grows clear. Your purpose becomes not a goal, but a feeling, a direction that you follow naturally, instinctively, peacefully. And gradually, the morning ritual that once healed your body becomes the ritual that supports your path. It becomes the anchor from which your clarity rises each day, the stillness from which your purpose continues to reveal itself. From here, as clarity matures, an even deeper transformation awaits the stage where emotional mastery emerges, where past wounds begin to dissolve, and where you learn to live not only with purpose, but with profound inner freedom. As clarity blossoms and your purpose begins to quietly take shape, something even deeper begins to unfold, something many people never expect from a simple morning ritual. It does not happen suddenly. It does not come with fireworks. It arrives gently, often without announcement, like a soft breeze entering a silent room. You begin to feel the loosening of old emotional wounds, the soft dissolving of memories that once tightened your chest, the quiet release of burdens you carried for years, perhaps without knowing. This stage is not just healing in the physical sense. It is the healing of your history, the part of your life that lived inside you as tension, sadness, fear, or unresolved pain. When the body becomes calm, the mind becomes clear. When the mind becomes clear, the heart becomes open. When the heart becomes open, the past begins to surface, not to hurt you, but to free you. In earlier stages of life, unresolved emotions often lodge themselves in the body: tension in the shoulders, tightness in the jaw, pressure in the chest, heaviness in the belly, aching in the lower back. For years, perhaps decades, these sensations may have been mistaken for physical discomfort. But they were emotional imprints, echoes of your past that the nervous system held onto because it did not feel safe enough to let them go. Now, with months of lowered inflammation, balanced digestion, grounded energy, and regulated breath, your body finally feels safe. Safe enough to release what it once protected you from. This is why old emotions may surface gently at this stage, not as overwhelming storms, but as soft waves. A memory arises. A feeling moves through you. A realization unfolds. A long-buried sadness rises like fog, then dissipates on its own. You may cry unexpectedly, not from pain, but from release. You may feel sudden warmth in your chest, a sign of emotional unblocking. You may have dreams that resolve old inner conflicts. You may wake with a sense of lightness you cannot explain. This is emotional detox, not dramatic, not destructive, a tender unwinding of the past. Your breathing changes here too. It becomes deeper, softer, more open. As your emotional weight shifts, the breath that once lived shallow and guarded begins to descend into the belly. This deeper breathing signals that your nervous system has shifted from survival into trust. And with trust comes healing. You begin to forgive, not because you force yourself to, but because your heart naturally softens as tension leaves your body. Forgiveness no longer feels like surrender. It feels like liberation. You realize that holding anger once drained your energy, while release restores it. You may forgive people who hurt you, not to excuse them, but to free yourself. You may forgive your younger self, not for mistakes, but for surviving with the tools you had. You may forgive life itself with all its turns and trials. This forgiveness is not an act, it is a quiet blossoming. As old emotional blocks dissolve, your capacity for love expands. You begin to love with less fear, less protection, less hesitation. You open gently, naturally, not recklessly, wisely. You see others with more compassion. You see yourself with more kindness. You understand that your journey was necessary for your awakening. In this stage, emotional mastery begins to form. You no longer become lost in emotions. You feel them rise, you breathe, and you watch them pass. You recognize emotions as visitors, not rulers. A thought may arise, but you no longer confuse it for truth. A fear may surface, but you no longer mistake it for destiny. A memory may appear, but you no longer allow it to define you. You begin to taste emotional freedom, not the absence of feeling, but the presence of understanding. Not the absence of pain, but the ability to hold pain without drowning in it. Not the suppression of emotions, but their graceful passage. Buddhist teachings describe this stage as the untying of the knots in the heart. Knots created by years of stress, worry, guilt, regret, loneliness, or unresolved longing. Each of the 6 morning foods plays a role here by calming the nervous system, cleaning the blood-balancing hormones, and stabilizing brain chemistry. What begins as nutrition becomes emotional alchemy. You no longer identify with your past wounds. You no longer define yourself by who hurt you. You no longer carry stories that restrict your growth. You begin to reclaim your energy, your identity, your self-respect. And then something unexpected emerges, a profound sense of innocence. Not childish innocence, but a return to inner purity. A return to the self that existed before fear, before pressure, before judgment. This renewed innocence brings joy that requires no reason. You feel happy simply because you are free. You feel grateful simply because you are aware. You feel connected simply because your heart is open. This is the stage where you begin to experience life not as a series of problems to solve, but as a series of moments to live, where your past no longer pulls you backward, where your emotions no longer trap you, where your heart no longer hides. What awaits next is even deeper, the stage where inner freedom becomes inner strength, where your sense of self matures, and where you begin to shape your life, not from wounds, but from wisdom. As the old wounds soften and the emotional knots of your past begin to untangle, you enter a new phase of transformation, a phase where inner strength rises quietly from within you. This strength is not aggressive. It does not roar. It does not demand attention. It is a strength that grows the way a tree grows, silently, steadily, with deep roots and wide branches. It is a strength that comes from clarity, from healing, from emotional maturity, and from a body that is no longer battling itself. This stage feels different from all the stages that came before. Earlier phases were about cleansing, balancing, releasing, understanding. But now something shifts. You begin to build. You begin to stand differently, not from tension, but from groundedness. You speak differently, not from defense, but from truth. You move differently, not from exhaustion, but from presence. This is the stage where your true self begins to step forward without fear. You may not even notice the first signs of this inner strength. They often appear in small, subtle moments that would have once overwhelmed you, but now feel manageable. A stressful conversation unfolds, and you stay centered. A complication arises, and instead of panic, you see solutions. Someone projects their frustration onto you, and rather than absorbing it, you hold your ground with compassion. These moments are not coincidence. They are the quiet evidence of transformation. evidence that your nervous system no longer reacts from old patterns, evidence that your emotions no longer control your decisions, evidence that you are no longer living from your wounds, but from your wisdom. This inner strength is not ego. It is the awakening of inner authority, a steady sense that you can trust yourself, that you can rely on your own presence, that you can meet life as it comes. You begin to recognize that the strength you once sought from the outside validation, reassurance, approval now grows from within. Your body has become stable, your emotions balanced, your mind clear. And from this foundation rises a confidence that does not need to be displayed. It simply is. You may notice that your boundaries naturally become stronger and more compassionate. You no longer feel guilty for saying no. You no longer avoid difficult conversations. You no longer sacrifice your own well-being to keep others comfortable. Your boundaries are no longer walls. They are expressions of self-respect. And with this new strength, your relationship with yourself transforms profoundly. You begin to trust your judgment. You begin to honor your intuition. You begin to choose what supports your growth rather than what pleases others. The self-doubt that once haunted you begins to fade. Not entirely, not overnight, but noticeably. The anxieties that once shaped your decisions lose their grip. The insecurities that once made you shrink begin to dissolve. The fears that once held you back begin to soften, not because fear disappears, but because you are no longer defined by it. One of the most meaningful shifts in this stage is your ability to stand alone, not in isolation, but in sovereignty. You no longer fear solitude. You no longer cling to people or situations that drain you. You feel comfortable in your own presence, even nurtured by it. This creates a ripple effect across your life. You stop settling. You stop shrinking. You stop apologizing for your truth. You stop abandoning yourself for acceptance. Your inner strength becomes a quiet shield protecting you from old patterns, old habits, and old versions of yourself. In Buddhist traditions, this phase is sometimes called the returning to the center, the moment when all the scattered parts of the self come back home. Not because you forced them to, but because your healing made space for them to belong again. Your body also reflects this shift. Your posture becomes more upright, not rigid, but lifted. Your breath becomes fuller. Your movements become more deliberate. You inhabit your own physical form with a sense of belonging. When you look in the mirror, your face may appear calmer, more relaxed, more certain. Not because of vanity, but because the stress that once shaped your expression no longer holds power. Even your voice changes. You speak with warmth, clarity, and conviction. Words come more easily because your mind is no longer tangled. Expression becomes natural, effortless, authentic. Your long-term decision-making improves dramatically during this phase. You begin shaping your life not from impulse, but from alignment. You choose what supports your mental well-being, your health, your values, and your future. Decisions that once felt overwhelming now feel clear. You understand what you need and what you no longer want to carry. Another remarkable gift of this stage is the strength to release people, places, habits, or cycles that no longer serve your evolution. Not with resentment, but with gratitude. Not with drama, but with understanding. You begin to sense that letting go is not a loss, it is a clearing. It is a sacred space-making for the life that is waiting to unfold. And as you release what is heavy, you naturally attract what is light. Opportunities that once passed you by now find their way to you. People who resonate with your new energy appear in your life. Your environment begins to reflect your inner world, calmer, clearer, more intentional. Your creativity sharpens here too. Inner strength allows you to take risks, to explore, to act on your ideas, rather than just imagine them. You reconnect with dormant talents or uncover new ones. You begin expressing yourself more freely, without fear of judgment. This is the maturation of the self, not a mask, not a performance, but the true self, stepping into the light after years of waiting. You realize, perhaps for the first time, that nothing outside you can give or take away your worth. Your confidence grows from within. Your courage grows from clarity. Your joy grows from alignment. This is inner strength, not loud, not forceful, but deeply rooted. From here, the journey continues toward another profound stage. How your transformed inner world begins to shape your destiny. How your relationships evolve. How your creativity expands. How your sense of meaning deepens. And how your future begins to unfold with intention and grace. After inner strength rises quietly, steadily, like a mountain emerging from morning mist, you enter one of the most life-changing phases of this journey, the stage where your destiny begins to shift. This is not fate in the mystical sense. It is not a predetermined script written by the universe. It is something far more profound and empowering. Your destiny shifts because you shift. Your future changes because your inner world changes. Your path evolves because the person walking it evolves. When your body is inflamed and overwhelmed, your emotional world becomes reactive. When your emotions are reactive, your mind becomes clouded. When your mind is clouded, your decisions follow fear instead of clarity. And those decisions taken month after month, year after year, create a future that reflects pain rather than possibility. But now, after months of healing, release clarity, resilience, and strength, every part of you is moving differently. The decisions you make now are entirely different from the decisions you once made. You navigate from wisdom, not fear. You choose from alignment, not survival. You act from groundedness, not urgency. And this inner shift begins to ripple out like concentric circles, touching every layer of your life. Your relationships shift first. You stop entering relationships that drain you. You stop tolerating disrespect. You stop chasing approval. You stop shrinking to fit into small spaces. Instead, you begin to attract people who honor your growth, people who speak with kindness, people who value your boundaries, people who resonate with your new energy. It's not magic, it's alignment. When you rise, your relationships rise. When you grow, your circle restructures itself. When you become grounded, you naturally stop orbiting around chaos. Old patterns fall away because you no longer feed them. Old versions of yourself disappear because you no longer embody them. Old wounds dissolve because you no longer carry them. This is the beginning of destiny's rewriting. Your career or creative path begins to shift next. With clarity and confidence, your work takes on a new shape. You begin seeking meaning instead of chasing busyness. You gravitate toward roles that reflect your true nature. You feel inspired to create rather than merely produce. You become willing to take steps you once feared, switching paths, learning new skills, exploring opportunities that align with your heart. Inner strength amplifies your courage. Clarity sharpens your direction. Resilience stabilizes your progress. You no longer sabotage your own potential. You no longer talk yourself out of your dreams. You no longer remain in places that suffocate your growth. Your environment changes too. You begin to make choices that create harmony around you. You declutter spaces you once ignored. You choose calm over chaos. You make room for light, beauty, meaning. Your living space becomes a reflection of your inner landscape, open, intentional, peaceful. Health, once a struggle, now becomes a foundation. You eat with awareness. You rest with intention. You sense what your body needs and respond with clarity. The morning ritual anchors you each day, keeping you aligned, centered, and nourished. This stability creates something rare, the capacity to shape your future consciously instead of unconsciously. Your financial choices begin to align with your values. You spend on nourishment rather than distraction. You invest in growth rather than escape. You save with clarity rather than fear. You build security through presence, not pressure. Your daily habits shift as well. You move your body because it feels good, not because you feel guilty. You rest because you honor your energy, not because you collapse. You create routines that support your long-term well-being rather than repeating old cycles of self-neglect. Slowly, steadily, your entire life reorganizes around the new you. One of the most extraordinary effects of this stage is the rise of serendipity moments that feel like the universe opening doors for you. Opportunities appear unexpectedly. Conversations lead to breakthroughs. People show up at the perfect time. This is not magic. It is alignment in action. When your energy becomes coherent, your life becomes coherent. When your direction becomes clear, your path begins to reveal itself. You become more receptive to possibility because fear no longer blocks your vision. You notice opportunities you once overlooked. You sense pathways you once feared. You trust your steps even when the destination is not fully visible. Destiny is not something predetermined. Destiny is something shaped by your inner world, shaped by your choices, shaped by your clarity, shaped by the energy you carry into each day. For the first time, perhaps in your entire life, you begin to feel that you are not drifting. You are directing. You are not reacting. You are creating. You are not surviving. You are evolving. This stage marks the transition from healing into creation, from chaos into intention, from confusion into purpose, from the past into the future. And as your destiny reshapes itself quietly beneath your feet, you start to sense the next profound evolution waiting ahead, the emergence of spiritual strength, the deepening of wisdom, and the dawning of a life built not from reaction, but from consciousness. As your destiny begins to rewrite itself quietly, steadily, beautifully, you enter a phase of transformation deeper than physical healing, deeper than emotional clarity, deeper even than resilience or purpose. It is a stage that cannot be forced, taught, or imitated. It arises naturally when the body is balanced, the mind is calm, and the heart is open. This is the awakening of spiritual intelligence, the quiet wisdom that guides your life from within. Spiritual intelligence is not a religious concept. It is not about rituals, doctrines, or belief systems. It is a way of seeing, a way of understanding, a way of existing with deeper awareness. It is the ability to meet life with clarity rather than fear, to respond rather than react, to witness rather than drown, to choose rather than be carried by old patterns. It is the ability to live with presence, to see your own mind, to recognize truth beneath emotion, to feel life without being overwhelmed by it. This awakening does not arrive with a dramatic moment. It arrives quietly, like a lantern slowly igniting in a dim room. It is subtle, yet unmistakable. The first signs feel like gentle shifts. You begin to pause before reacting. You begin to observe your thoughts instead of believing them blindly. You begin to sense the deeper intention behind your actions. You begin to notice your inner landscape as clearly as the outer one. This shift is the beginning of spiritual intelligence. Your mornings become more than a routine. They become an entry into awareness. Lemon water feels like a cleansing. not only of the body, but of the mind. Honey feels like sweetness, not only for your cells, but for your heart. Ginger feels like a spark, not only for your digestion, but for your clarity. Turmeric feels like golden light, not only for your tissues, but for your spirit. Apple feels like crisp calm. Sesame feels like grounding into the earth itself. These foods are no longer simply nutrients. They have become teachers. They teach patience. They teach presence. They teach the art of starting the day with intention rather than chaos. As your inner world calms you, begin to see through your thoughts with more precision. You recognize which thoughts arise from fear, which from memory, which from habit, and which from truth. You begin to understand that not every thought deserves your belief. This is one of the most liberating realizations of spiritual intelligence. Your emotional reactions shift as well. You feel anger without becoming it. You feel sadness without collapsing into it. You feel stress without losing your stability. You feel joy without clinging to it. This is the beginning of freedom, not from emotion, but within emotion. You begin to notice patterns within your mind that once operated unconsciously. You see how certain triggers lead to certain reactions. You see the roots of your habits. You see how past wounds once shaped your choices, and you see how those wounds no longer have power over you. This level of inner observation brings a sense of profound compassion toward yourself. You understand why you behaved the way you did. You understand the pain that shaped your old decisions. You understand the fear that once silenced your voice. And in this understanding, you experience a softness, not weakness, but tenderness, not fragility, but maturity, not guilt, but forgiveness. Spiritual intelligence also appears in how you perceive the world. You begin to sense moods, energies, intentions without needing words. You become more attuned to the emotional fabric of conversations. You listen past the surface into what is unspoken. You begin to see others with clarity, not through judgment, but through understanding. Someone's anger becomes recognizable as pain. Someone's coldness becomes recognizable as fear. Someone's arrogance becomes recognizable as insecurity. Someone's silence becomes recognizable as overwhelm. This doesn't mean you excuse harmful behavior. It means you stop personalizing it. You stop internalizing the storms of others. You maintain your center even as the world moves unpredictably around you. This is one of the greatest signs of spiritual intelligence. You can witness the suffering of others without losing yourself in it. You also begin to see the impermanence of things, the fleeting nature of emotions, circumstances, successes, failures, and even identities. Nothing feels fixed anymore. Nothing feels absolute. You recognize that everything changes, everything moves, everything transforms. This recognition does not bring despair. It brings freedom. It brings peace. It brings ease. Impermanence becomes not a threat, but a teacher. Because you understand impermanence, you no longer cling so tightly. You no longer fear change. You no longer grasp for certainty. You begin to trust the natural flow of life, even when it leads into the unknown. This trust opens space for intuition to speak. And when intuition speaks, you hear it clearly. Not as a dramatic holy message, but as a quiet knowing, a gentle pull, a sense of this is right. Intuition becomes your compass. Wisdom becomes your guide. Presence becomes your home. You begin making decisions with grace, not haste. You begin seeing solutions where once you saw obstacles. You begin noticing opportunities where once you saw limitations. You begin experiencing life with depth where once you skimmed the surface. This spiritual awakening is not mystical. It is biological, emotional, and psychological. It is the natural unfolding of a system no longer weighed down by inflammation, toxins, fear, or chaos. Your brain is clearer. Your body is calmer. Your emotions flow freely. Your intuition is audible. Your wisdom is awake. This is the beginning of living consciously instead of automatically, living intentionally instead of reactively, living fully instead of fearfully. And from this emergence of spiritual intelligence, the next stage unfolds the evolution of your creativity, intuition, and higher purpose, a stage where your life no longer feels random, but deeply, beautifully meaningful. As spiritual intelligence awakens and your inner wisdom begins guiding your steps, you enter a stage of transformation that feels almost like dawn breaking after a long night. What rises now is not just calm, not just clarity, not just resilience. It is meaning. It is the blooming of higher purpose, the quiet revelation of why you are here, what you are meant to create, and how your life can become an expression of your deepest truth. This stage is not about achievements, accolades, or dramatic life changes. It is subtler, deeper, more intimate than that. It is about the way your soul begins to speak to you, gently, persistently, unmistakably. At this point, you notice something profound. Creativity does not arise from force. It arises from stillness. Purpose does not arise from pressure. It arises from clarity. Intuition does not arise from thinking harder. It arises when thinking softens. And because your body is balanced, your emotions stable, your mind spacious, and your spirit awake, you finally have access to a level of creative intelligence that had been dormant for years. This creativity is not limited to art, writing, or music. It is not bound to any field. Creativity is the ability to shape life with intention, to envision, to innovate, to imagine, to bring forth something that did not exist before. For some, it manifests in artistic expression. For others, in problem-solving leadership, caregiving, entrepreneurship, or healing. What matters is not the form. What matters is the aliveness with which you create. You begin to feel inspired again, not as a fleeting spark, but as a steady current. Ideas arise effortlessly, as if drawn from a deeper well. Your mind becomes fertile ground for insights, solutions, possibilities. What once felt difficult, planning, organizing, envisioning, now feels natural, even enjoyable. Intuition and creativity walk hand in hand. The more deeply you listen to your intuition, the more creative your life becomes. The more creatively you live, the louder your intuition speaks. At this stage, you begin noticing synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that feel like guidance. A conversation arrives at the exact right moment. An opportunity appears unexpectedly. A solution reveals itself without effort. A direction becomes clear after months of uncertainty. These synchronicities are not magic. They are alignment. They happen because your inner world is coherent. They happen because your energy is stable. They happen because you are no longer moving against yourself. Your sense of purpose begins to take shape, not as a rigid mission, but as a living, breathing direction. You may not see the entire path, but you see the next step, and that is enough. Purpose often reveals itself through gentle recognition. This feels right for me. This gives me energy. This brings me peace. This resonates with who I am becoming. This is not just what I can do. It's what I'm meant to do. Sometimes purpose emerges as a longing to help others, to create beauty, to heal, to teach, to build, to explore, to understand, to serve something larger than yourself. Other times it appears as a release, letting go of work that suffocates you, shedding roles that no longer fit, walking away from cycles that kept you small. Purpose is not always about doing more. Sometimes it is about doing less. Less performing, less pretending, less people-pleasing, less sacrificing your truth. In this stage, you begin to restructure your life, not through force, but through inspiration. You choose what nourishes your future. You release what belongs to your past. You design your days with intention. You align your actions with your values. You may find yourself drawn to learning new skills, exploring new paths, or revisiting passions you once abandoned. Creativity naturally leads you toward growth. Your mind becomes curious again. Your heart becomes open to possibilities. This openness is one of the great markers of higher purpose. When you are aligned, you stop fearing new beginnings. You stop resisting change. You stop clinging to what limits you. You trust the unfolding of your path. As purpose grows, your energy changes. People feel it. They sense depth in your presence, clarity in your voice, calm in your decisions. You become someone who inspires not by effort, but by authenticity. You are simply living your truth, and that truth radiates. This stage also awakens something extraordinary: the desire to contribute, to lift others, to share your wisdom, to offer presence, compassion, insight. Purpose is rarely self-centered. It naturally expands outward. When your inner world heals, your compassion deepens. When your heart opens, your generosity grows. When your mind clears, your service becomes natural. You begin to see that your life is intertwined with others, not in dependency, but in meaning. Every act of kindness feels significant. Every connection feels intentional. Every moment of presence feels sacred. And yet this purpose is not rigid. It does not demand perfection. It evolves with you. It grows with you. It expands as you expand. Your life begins to feel like a tapestry, woven with clarity instead of confusion, with courage instead of fear, with meaning instead of randomness. You wake with a renewed sense of direction. You move through your days with quiet confidence. You end your evenings with gratitude rather than exhaustion. This is the stage where you stop living by default and start living by design, where every day feels intentional, where every choice feels aligned, where every step feels connected to something larger. From here, an even deeper stage begins to unfold, a stage where your inner transformation becomes a beacon for others, where your presence carries healing, and where wisdom becomes your natural way of being. By the time higher purpose begins to bloom within you, quietly guiding your choices, softly shaping your path, you enter one of the most profound stages of this entire journey. It is a transformation that few people anticipate, yet it is unmistakable when it arrives. It is the stage where your presence itself becomes healing. Not because you try to heal others, not because you speak profound words, not because you carry special knowledge, but because you have become aligned, and alignment is felt long before it is heard. When your inner world becomes clear, balanced, and awakened, people can feel it. When your nervous system is calm, others' nervous systems respond to it. When your heart is open, others feel safe around you. When your mind is steady, others relax naturally in your presence. This is the power of presence, a quiet, natural radiance that emerges not from effort, but from inner harmony. You do not choose it. You do not manufacture it. It arises as naturally as light from a flame. In this stage, you begin to notice subtle changes in your interactions with others. People may open up to you without understanding why. Friends may seek your advice more often. Strangers may feel unusually comfortable speaking with you. Children and animals may gravitate toward your calm energy. This is not coincidence. This is resonance. This is coherence. This is your internal energy field stabilizing, and in doing so, stabilizing those around you. In Buddhist teachings, there is a concept called the field of stillness. It refers to the quiet, grounded presence of someone who has cultivated inner peace, emotional freedom, and spiritual clarity. Standing near such a person feels like standing near a lake without wind. Something inside you settles, softens, expands. By now, without even realizing it, you are cultivating this field, not through teaching, not through advising, not through controlling, but simply through being. People sense your self-respect in the way you speak. They sense your clarity in the way you listen. They sense your empathy in the way you hold space. They sense your authenticity in the way you exist without pretense. Your presence becomes a mirror that reflects others back to themselves, not their fear, but their possibility. This is why, at this stage, your relationships begin to deepen in ways you may have never experienced before. Conversations become more meaningful. Connections become more sincere. Conflicts resolve more easily because you approach them from steadiness rather than reactivity. You begin to understand others, not just with your mind, but with your heart. You hear what they are saying beneath their words. You feel what they are trying to express, even when they cannot articulate it. Your compassion grows, not as softness that weakens you, but as strength that allows you to remain open while maintaining clear boundaries. This is compassion with wisdom. This is empathy with grounding. This is presence without self-loss. Another beautiful shift occurs here. You become less interested in proving yourself. You no longer need validation to feel worthy. You no longer chase admiration or approval. The need to impress dissolves, and in that dissolution, authenticity emerges. Authenticity is magnetic. It frees others to be authentic as well. Your presence, now unburdened by pretense, becomes a refuge not only for others, but for yourself. You no longer feel the inner conflict of performing or pretending. You speak truth without harshness. You choose peace without avoidance. You give without losing yourself. In this stage, your intuition also becomes sharper, not in mystical ways, but in deeply human ways. You can sense when someone is hurting even behind a smile. You can sense when someone is lying even beneath polished words. You can sense when someone is sincere before they even finish their sentence. This is not judgment. It is perception, heightened, clear, compassionate perception. And because of this clarity, your own boundaries become healthier, firmer, and more natural. You stop taking responsibility for others' emotions. You stop rescuing those who drain you. You stop engaging in behaviors that diminish your energy. You become grounded, not reactive. Clear, not rigid. Compassionate, not self-sacrificing. Present, not controlling. At this stage, you may notice people saying things like, "You feel different. I don't know why, but I always feel calmer around you." You bring peace when you walk into a room. Talking to you brings clarity. They cannot always explain it, but they feel it. Because presence is not seen, it is felt. This presence becomes one of the most profound gifts of your transformation. It influences your relationships, your work, your family, your decisions, your environment. It makes you someone people trust, not because of titles or achievements, but because of your energy. And yet the most important effect is internal. Your own life becomes easier when you carry internal peace. Decisions become clearer. Relationships become smoother. Challenges become manageable. opportunities flow more naturally. This is not luck. It is coherence, the alignment of body, mind, heart, and spirit. From here, another magnificent stage unfolds when your transformed presence begins shaping not only individuals, but the environment around you. Your home, your work, your community, and your life becomes a quiet force of harmony. As your presence deepens, calm, grounded, steady, quietly, luminous, you begin to witness a new stage of transformation, one that extends beyond your body, your emotions, your mind, and even your relationships. This is the stage where your environment itself begins to shift, mirroring the peace, clarity, and intention you now carry within. This change is subtle at first, almost invisible, but over time, it becomes undeniable. You begin to notice that the spaces you occupy, your home, your workplace, your daily surroundings, start to reorganize themselves around your new energy. Not through force, not through effort, not through rigid discipline, but through alignment. When your inner world becomes peaceful, your outer world naturally follows. You may find yourself clearing clutter without knowing why, removing objects that no longer resonate, letting go of items that carry old energy or memories of who you once were. Spaces that once felt heavy begin to feel light. Rooms that once overwhelmed you now welcome you. Corners that once felt stagnant begin to breathe. This is not simply cleaning. It is energetic realignment. It is the space around you adjusting to the clarity inside you. Your home begins to feel like an extension of your mind, a place where your inner peace can rest, expand, and reflect. You may rearrange furniture so the room feels more open. You may bring in plants for life and oxygen. You may choose soft colors or natural textures without even thinking about it. You may start letting sunlight in more often, craving warmth and illumination. This shift is profound because your environment is no longer a container for your stress. It becomes a sanctuary for your well-being. Your relationships with objects change too. You stop surrounding yourself with things that remind you of who you were in past pain. You stop buying things to fill emotional voids. You stop holding on to possessions out of fear or attachment. You begin choosing with intention rather than impulse. Slowly, everything around you becomes purposeful. Everything supports your clarity. Everything reflects your new life rather than your old one. Your physical environment also begins to support your mental clarity. A clean space creates a clean mind. An organized room creates an organized inner world. A peaceful home creates a peaceful heart. These changes do not happen because you force them. They happen because harmony is now your default state. Your energy also begins to influence other environments you enter. You walk into a room and the tension softens. You arrive at work and conversations become calmer. Your presence brings groundedness and entire spaces feel different. People may not consciously notice, but they feel it. Your energy becomes a quiet stabilizer in environments that were once chaotic or heavy. This is one of the marks of true inner transformation. You no longer absorb the energy of your environment. Your environment absorbs yours. This shift is profound. In the past, you may have internalized stress from others, carried emotional weight from your surroundings, felt drained by disorganized or negative spaces. But now, because your inner world is grounded, you remain steady, even in environments that are not. Even your workspace changes. You begin organizing your desk, simplifying your tasks, streamlining your responsibilities, choosing clarity over overwhelm. Work becomes less about stress and more about alignment. Your productivity rises not from pressure, but from flow. And in this stage, you begin to sense something bigger, that the places you inhabit are not just physical, They are emotional and energetic extensions of your life. As you change, they must change. As you grow, they must grow. As you release the old, your spaces naturally shed it too. This transformation extends into your social environment as well. You find yourself drawn to gatherings that feel meaningful. You seek conversations that nourish rather than deplete. You choose company that reflects your values rather than your wounds. You stop participating in environments that encourage stress, gossip, comparison, or toxicity. You begin to notice that certain places, nature, quiet cafes, simple parks, peaceful rooms pull you like a magnet. These become your true environments of nourishment. You crave what feeds your spirit, rather than what distracts from your inner pain. And in choosing healthier environments, you further protect your inner world. Your life becomes shaped by intention rather than by default. You spend time where your growth is supported. You surround yourself with energy that sustains your clarity. You move in spaces that feel aligned with who you have become. This stage brings another remarkable gift: the ability to sense when a place no longer belongs in your life. A job environment that once felt acceptable now feels restrictive. A friendship circle that once felt comforting now feels misaligned. A routine that once felt normal now feels like a cage. You no longer resist these realizations or cling to environments that stunt your growth. Your intuition speaks clearly, and you listen. This environmental alignment becomes one of the most powerful foundations for the next phase of your evolution, the stage where your life becomes not just peaceful or purposeful, but deeply fulfilled. A stage where joy becomes natural, where abundance flows, where connection ripens, where your outer life reflects your inner truth. And as your environment continues to align with your awakened self, the next chapter of your journey emerges: the evolution of joy, fulfillment, and a life lived with conscious intention. As your environment begins to align with your inner harmony, your home softening into sanctuary, your relationships reflecting peace, your daily spaces becoming extensions of your clarity, you enter one of the most beautiful and transformative stages of this journey. It is a stage that many people seek throughout their entire lives, often without ever finding it. But you reach it naturally, almost effortlessly, because you have prepared the inner ground for it to bloom. This is the stage where true fulfillment begins to rise within you. Not pleasure, not excitement, not temporary satisfaction, but a deep, steady, quiet joy that feels like the soul breathing freely again. Fulfillment is not a spike of happiness. It is the gentle, continuous warmth that comes from living in alignment. It is a joy that does not depend on circumstances. It is a contentment that does not require perfection. It is a gratitude that arises without effort. In the early stages of this journey, healing was about release, restoration, and rebuilding. But now, healing becomes joy. Balance becomes expansion. Presence becomes pleasure. You begin to feel good, not because life is flawless, but because you are balanced on the inside. One of the first signs of this stage is that you begin to enjoy ordinary moments in extraordinary ways. A warm drink tastes richer. A quiet morning feels sacred. A simple walk becomes meditation. A soft breeze feels like a blessing. A small success feels meaningful. Joy returns to the simplest corners of your life, and you begin to experience what Buddhist teachings describe as the joy of being. This is the joy that arises when the mind is no longer crowded with anxiety, the heart no longer burdened by past wounds, the body no longer inflamed or exhausted. This fulfillment is not loud. It does not rush. It does not demand attention. It flows gently like a spring that has always been there, but was once buried under debris. Now, with months of transformation, clearing the way that spring is free to rise, you may notice yourself laughing more easily, not forced, but spontaneously. You may feel pockets of happiness appearing throughout your day. You may smile for no reason other than the soft presence of inner peace. These are signs that joy is no longer something you chase, it is something you become. In this stage, you also experience a shift in how you pursue goals and desires. You no longer chase achievements to fill emotional voids. You no longer run after success to compensate for insecurity. You no longer cling to outcomes to feel worthy. Instead, your goals arise from inspiration, not desperation. You pursue dreams because they feel aligned, not because they validate your identity. Your actions emerge from clarity, not fear. Your choices flow from soul, not ego. This shift marks the beginning of effortless motivation, a state where you are pulled toward what nourishes you rather than pushed by anxiety or pressure. Your productivity increases, but not from stress. It increases from alignment. Your creativity shines, but not from chaos. It shines from presence. Your discipline strengthens, but not from force. It strengthens from intention. You start to see that fulfillment grows from inner alignment, not from external achievement. Another beautiful sign of this stage is the deepening of gratitude, not as a practice, but as a natural state. Not because you try to be grateful, but because your heart becomes sensitive to life's quiet blessings. You begin to appreciate the health you rebuilt, the clarity you earned, the peace you cultivated, the strength you discovered, the transformation you've lived. Gratitude becomes less about listing blessings and more about living them. Your relationships also experience another evolution here. You begin to connect with others more meaningfully because you no longer seek from them what you lacked in yourself. You no longer demand that others fill your emptiness. You no longer mistake attachment for love. Instead, you meet others with fullness. You offer presence instead of need. You share joy instead of burden. You give space instead of pressure. This transforms the quality of your interactions. Conversations feel richer. Connections feel softer. Shared moments feel sacred. Even the way you treat yourself changes. Self-criticism melts. Self-neglect fades. Self-sabotage dissolves. You begin to treat yourself with the same kindness you offer others. You make choices that honor your well-being instead of betraying it. You begin to see yourself not through the harsh lens of old wounds, but through the warm clarity of your healed and awakening heart. In this stage, you also begin to notice that your intuition and joy become intertwined. Joy becomes a compass. Joy becomes guidance. Joy becomes intelligence. You sense instantly whether something is for you or not. Your mind may still analyze, but your heart knows. Your intuition whispers, and you listen. Your joy rises or falls, and you follow the direction it points. This is living with internal coherence. This is living with purpose. This is living with presence. As fulfillment settles into your life, you no longer feel as though you are missing something. You no longer fear that you are behind. You no longer carry the heaviness of comparison. You no longer worry that life is slipping away. Instead, you feel grounded in your journey, grateful for the past, alive in the present, open to the future. And from this deep fulfillment, a new transformation begins to unfold, the emergence of abundance flow and opportunities that match your awakened state of being. Because when joy becomes your foundation, life begins to respond in ways that feel almost magical, not because the universe suddenly changes, but because you finally align with the life that was waiting for you all along. As fulfillment settles into your life, quiet, steady, luminous, you naturally step into a new phase of transformation, the awakening of abundance. This is the stage where life begins to open, opportunities begin to appear, and situations begin to align in ways that once felt impossible. This abundance is not about luck. It is not about wealth. It is not about external fortune falling from the sky. Abundance in its truest form is the natural result of inner coherence. When your body is balanced, your mind clear, your heart open, and your spirit awake, something extraordinary begins to happen. Life begins to flow toward you instead of away from you. Not because the world suddenly becomes easier, but because you no longer move against yourself. You no longer sabotage your own path. You no longer cling to what restricts you. You no longer act from fear or survival mode. This shift creates a magnetic field around your life, a pull rather than a push, a gentle attracting energy rather than a desperate chasing energy. At this stage, you begin to notice that things happen with less resistance. Small tasks feel easier. Plans unfold smoothly. Solutions appear with surprising clarity. Opportunities come without exhausting pursuit. People arrive in your life at perfect moments. This is not mystical. It is the psychology, biology, and spirituality of alignment. When your nervous system calms, your decisions improve. When your mind is clear, your perception sharpens. When your heart expands, your intuition strengthens. When your energy is grounded, your actions become precise. And precise actions create abundant outcomes. One of the earliest signs of this stage is that your relationship with effort transforms. You no longer strain. You no longer struggle. You no longer push your way through life. Instead, you flow. You work, but with presence. You plan, but without anxiety. You act, but without tension. This is what Buddhist teachings call right effort, that arises from alignment, not desperation. In this state, abundance begins to show up in different forms. Abundance of clarity. You suddenly see what once confused you. You understand what once felt tangled. You know where to go, what to do, and what to release. Abundance of opportunities. New paths appear at the right time. People who resonate with your growth find their way to you. A job, a collaboration, a connection arrives just as you're ready. Abundance of emotional support. Your relationships deepen. Your community strengthens. You attract people who uplift you, not exhaust you. Abundance of health. Your energy rises. Your sleep improves. Your body begins to repair itself more quickly. Your entire system becomes efficient, alive, responsive. Abundance of time. Suddenly, you are no longer rushing. Everything fits into your day with ease. You accomplish more with less stress. Abundance of creativity and ideas. Concepts, solutions. Visions arise effortlessly. You find yourself inspired in ways you haven't felt in years. Abundance of calm. Your baseline shifts from anxiety to peace. Stress no longer controls your life. Stillness becomes natural, not forced. But perhaps the most noticeable shift is this. Scarcity thinking dissolves. You stop believing there is not enough time, not enough love, not enough opportunity, not enough energy, not enough possibility. Instead, you begin to feel supported by life. Not in a naive way, but in an embodied way. You see that the world is not your enemy. The universe is not withholding from you. You simply needed to align with yourself before you could align with your path. Your financial relationship begins to shift as well, not because money magically appears, but because your clarity around it changes. You spend with intention rather than emotion. You save without fear. You invest in your growth instead of distractions. You stop wasting money, time, and energy on what drains you. This naturally opens space for prosperity. When you are aligned, you make different decisions. When you make different decisions, you create different outcomes. And when you create different outcomes, abundance begins to flow. You also begin to notice that your self-worth deepens. You stop undervaluing yourself. You stop staying in situations that diminish you. You stop giving discounts to your own soul. This self-worth becomes the doorway to abundance. Because abundance cannot enter a life where worthiness is absent. As this sense of worth grows, you take actions you once hesitated to take. You speak up. You negotiate. You ask for what you deserve. You pursue opportunities that once intimidated you. You allow yourself to receive support, love, rest, nourishment, possibility. This receiving is crucial. You cannot experience abundance when you resist receiving it. At this stage, you also begin to trust your timing. You stop comparing your journey to others. You stop rushing your growth. You stop forcing outcomes that are not aligned. You begin to understand something profound. What is meant for you moves toward you when you stop moving away from yourself. This is the essence of true abundance, the understanding that life supports you when you support your inner world. That clarity creates opportunity. That alignment creates direction. That presence creates momentum. That purpose creates pathways. And from this river of abundance, another extraordinary stage begins to unfold, the stage where you share your gifts with the world, not out of pressure, but out of overflow, where you contribute naturally, serve joyfully, and inspire effortlessly, because you are no longer giving from emptiness, but from the deep well of a healed, aligned, abundant inner life. As abundance begins to move through your life, not as luck, not as chance, but as the natural expression of your inner coherence, you enter a stage of transformation that marks a turning point in your evolution. It is the moment when your healing no longer belongs only to you. The peace you've cultivated, the clarity you've earned, the fulfillment you've awakened, these begin to overflow in ways you cannot contain. This is the stage where your life begins to serve others, not through sacrifice or obligation, but through your natural radiance. You don't set out to become a helper. You don't try to become a guide. You don't force yourself into leadership. It happens because your presence, your clarity, your wisdom, and your compassion begin to ripple outward in ways you can't control and in ways you no longer want to. You start to notice small shifts at first. Someone tells you that something you said stayed with them for days. A friend admits your calm energy helped them through a difficult moment. A coworker says your clarity brought direction to the entire team. A family member confesses that your growth inspired their own. You become a quiet turning point in other people's journeys, even without trying. This is the emergence of natural contribution, not forced, not performed, not driven by ego, but arising because your healed self naturally elevates the world around you. This stage differs profoundly from the old patterns of overgiving, rescuing, or self-sacrifice. Those actions came from emptiness and fear. They came from trying to earn love. They came from trying to feel valuable. They came from trying to fix what you did not understand inside yourself. But now contribution is different. It comes from overflow, not depletion. From fullness, not lack. From clarity, not confusion. From compassion, not fear. You begin to understand the difference between saving others and supporting others. Saving drains you. Supporting elevates you. Saving assumes others are broken. Supporting honors their strength. Saving comes from fear. Supporting comes from love. This shift marks the beginning of what spiritual teachings describe as right service that emerges from wisdom, not from wounds. At this stage, you may find yourself becoming someone people trust, not because you have all the answers, but because you listen with presence, because you speak with honesty, because your energy brings safety. You offer clarity without controlling. You offer support without absorbing. You offer truth without arrogance. You offer compassion without losing yourself. This is the balance that only emerges from deep inner work. You begin to understand that service is not always grand. It is not always public. It is not always visible. Sometimes it is a small conversation. Sometimes it is a gentle word. Sometimes it is a moment of patience. Sometimes it is simply being present when someone needs stability. Your contribution is not measured by scale, it is measured by sincerity. And as you serve others from your healed state, something extraordinary happens. Service strengthens you. It deepens your peace. It expands your fulfillment. It enriches your purpose. It aligns your path even more. Because service is not something separate from your evolution, it is an extension of it. You also begin to feel more connected to the world. People's struggles touch you without overwhelming you. Their stories open your heart rather than exhaust it. You feel compassion without collapsing into sorrow. You feel responsibility without drowning in burden. This is emotional maturity at its highest form, the ability to hold space for others without losing the center of yourself. And in this stage, you begin to sense another transformation, quietly emerging, a desire to share your experiences, not to instruct, but to illuminate. You may feel drawn to write, speak, teach, mentor, support, or simply be more present in the lives of others. You may feel called to contribute to your community, to uplift people in your work, to create something that brings value or healing. But unlike earlier in life, this desire does not arise from the need to be seen. It arises from the desire to serve. You no longer ask, "What can I get?" but instead, "What can I offer you?" No longer crave recognition. You crave meaningful impact. You no longer seek admiration. You seek resonance. You no longer chase applause. You chase authenticity. This stage marks a profound shift in identity. You go from being someone shaped by the world to being someone who helps shape the world. Your voice gains weight. Your presence gains depth. Your actions gain intention. Your life gains influence. Not because you try to be important, but because you embody truth. This contribution prepares you for the next stage of evolution, a stage where your life becomes not just meaningful, but legacy-bearing, a stage where your inner transformation becomes a guiding light and your presence leaves lasting imprints on the lives you touch. As your contribution begins flowing effortlessly from the overflow of your inner peace, clarity, and compassion, you enter one of the most profound stages of your evolution, a stage beyond healing, beyond abundance, beyond fulfillment, beyond service. This is the stage of quiet legacy, the moment when your transformation begins to leave imprints on the world that continue long after each interaction ends. Legacy does not mean fame. Legacy does not mean recognition. Legacy does not mean monuments or achievements that the world applauds. True legacy is much quieter. It is made of subtler, deeper threads, threads woven through presence, influence, resonance, and truth. A legacy is created every time someone walks away from you, a little lighter, a little clearer, a little more inspired. It is created every time your words help someone shift their path, every time your presence dissolves someone's fear, every time your calm helps someone breathe again, every time your clarity opens a doorway someone didn't see before. Legacy is not what you leave behind when your life ends. Legacy begins the moment your inner transformation touches another life. And in this stage, it happens naturally. You do not try to influence others. You do not try to change anyone. You do not try to be a teacher, a guide, or a mentor. But your transformation radiates in ways that others absorb. Someone witnesses your healing and begins their own. Someone sees your discipline and feels inspired. Someone listens to your clarity and finds courage. Someone feels your compassion and softens. Someone experiences your authenticity and becomes more honest with themselves. This is legacy, the subtle transmission of wisdom through being, not through preaching. In Buddhist philosophy, this is known as the ripple of right action. The idea that when one person heals, the healing spreads outward, quietly influencing the hearts and minds of others, not through force, but through resonance. By this stage, you realize something profound. Your transformation was never about you alone. You healed not just for yourself, but for everyone connected to you. Healing is generational. Awakening is contagious. Presence is influential. The peace you cultivate becomes the peace you offer. The clarity you embody becomes the clarity you spread. The love you hold becomes the love you transmit. And without trying, you begin to change the emotional climate around you. Families soften. Workplaces shift. Friendships deepen. Communities become more compassionate, not because you force them to, but because your presence introduces a new frequency, a frequency of calm, a frequency of wisdom, a frequency of groundedness. Legacy emerges in the way you now approach conflict as well. Where you once reacted from fear, you now respond from clarity. Your calm becomes a mirror that diffuses tension. Your patience becomes a buffer between others' storms. Your groundedness becomes a stabilizing force in chaos. You become the person people look to, not for answers, but for anchor. This is legacy. It emerges from your words, 2 words that now carry weight because they arise from experience, not theory, from wisdom, not memory, from presence, not ego. Even a single conversation with you can shift someone's direction. Even a brief moment shared with you can plant a seed that grows years later. Even a few sincere words can alter the course of someone's inner life. Legacy is felt in the patterns you break, the courage you embody, the truth you choose, the love you live. Your silent transformation becomes a blueprint for others, proof that healing is possible, that change is real, that peace is attainable, that self-worth can be rebuilt, that a new life can be created, even after years of suffering. And because you have walked through fire and emerged with clarity, people trust your authenticity without needing explanations. By this stage, your influence expands not just horizontally through people you interact with, but vertically through time. Someone you inspire today may inspire another person decades from now. A piece of wisdom you share may travel through communities you never meet. A moment of compassion you give may ripple through generations. This is legacy, not the echo of your name, but the echo of your impact. And one more beautiful truth emerges in this stage. You no longer fear being forgotten. You no longer cling to needing to matter. You no longer chase external validation. because you understand now deeply, quietly, powerfully, that a meaningful life is not measured by how loudly the world remembers you, but by how deeply you touch even a single soul. And the more aligned you become, the more this touching of souls becomes effortless. This stage prepares you for the final transformation, the stage where your inner evolution turns into a state of peaceful mastery, where you no longer strive, no longer chase, no longer struggle, but simply live from truth, embody wisdom, and walk your path with serenity. This final stage is not flashy. It is not explosive. It does not announce itself with fireworks or revelation. It arrives slowly, quietly, organically, like the way dawn gradually replaces night, or the way a tree achieves its full shape not in an instant, but through seasons of silent growth. This is the stage of peaceful mastery, a way of living where wisdom flows naturally, where presence becomes your default state, where clarity guides your decisions effortlessly, and where the deepest truth of your being finally becomes the compass by which you navigate life. Peaceful mastery is not perfection. It is not enlightenment in the mystical sense. It is not the absence of challenges. Peaceful mastery is the ability to walk through life with grounded awareness. It is the ability to meet challenges without collapsing. It is the ability to feel emotions without becoming lost in them. It is the ability to respond instead of react. It is the ability to see life clearly without distortion. This stage is marked by a profound shift. You no longer fight with yourself. Your inner critic softens into inner guidance. Your old wounds become sources of wisdom rather than sources of pain. Your fear transforms into intuition. Your past becomes understanding instead of baggage. Your future becomes openness instead of anxiety. And the present, the simple sacred present, becomes your true home. At this stage, you realize that everything in your journey, the pain, the healing, the transformation, the awakening, was preparing you for this way of living. A life where you are present. A life where you are whole. A life where you are peaceful. A life where you are unshakably yourself. One of the clearest signs of peaceful mastery is the dissolving of internal conflict. You stop arguing with your own desires. You stop betraying your own needs. You stop suppressing your true feelings. Instead, your mind, heart, and body begin working together. Thoughts align with values. Actions align with truth. Choices align with intuition. This coherence is the essence of internal mastery. You also begin to develop a relationship with silence, a comfort with stillness that would have once felt impossible. Silence becomes nourishing. Quiet becomes healing. Space becomes a companion instead of a trigger. You no longer feel the need to distract yourself because you no longer fear your own mind. You no longer feel the need to numb yourself because your emotions no longer overwhelm you. You no longer feel the need to escape because presence itself becomes peaceful. In this stage, your resilience takes on a different shape. It becomes less about bouncing back from difficulty and more about not falling as deeply into difficulty to begin with. You still experience challenges, but they don't break you anymore. You still experience stress, but it doesn't consume you. You still experience fear, but it doesn't direct your decisions. Your inner stability becomes unshakable. Another profound shift emerges in how you relate to others. You no longer absorb their emotions. You no longer personalize their reactions. You no longer chase acceptance or validation. You no longer twist yourself to be liked. Instead, you live with quiet integrity. You speak truth gently but firmly. You hold boundaries without guilt. You offer compassion without self-erasure. This balance, this elegant blend of empathy and autonomy, is mastery in its purest form. Your relationship with time changes too. You stop rushing. You stop forcing. You stop trying to control outcomes. Instead, you trust timing. You trust unfolding. You trust the rhythm of your life. This doesn't mean passivity. It means wisdom. You know when to act, when to wait, when to rest, when to move. Action becomes clean, precise, intentional, not rushed or chaotic. Your purpose becomes clearer as well, not in the sense of a single mission, but as a way of living aligned with truth. Purpose becomes less about what you do and more about the energy you bring into everything you do. You begin to understand that your entire life is your purpose, your presence, your compassion, your clarity, your choices, your offering to the world. And your relationships deepen because you meet people from this place of peace. You no longer limit yourself to connections that exhaust your soul. You choose people who value sincerity, growth, humility, kindness. You form bonds that feel like home rather than battlefields. Another sign of peaceful mastery is the effortless flow of intuition. You don't need to analyze endlessly. You don't need to overthink every decision. You sense clearly what is right and what is not. You can read situations, people, and energy with quiet accuracy. This is not mystical. It is the natural intelligence of a mind that is no longer clouded by fear or confusion. Your creativity also becomes more fluid. Ideas flow without pressure. Solutions arise naturally. Your mind feels spacious, open, inspired. And perhaps the most beautiful aspect of this stage is that love becomes your natural expression. Not romantic love, not conditional love, but a gentle, stable love for existence itself. A love that shows up as patience. A love that shows up as understanding. A love that shows up as presence. A love that shows up as gratitude. You begin to see the sacred in the ordinary, the beauty in simplicity, the meaning in small moments, the miracle in being alive. This is not the end of your journey. It is the beginning of a new way of living a life of simplicity, a life of clarity, a life of inner freedom, a life rooted in truth. Peaceful mastery is not a destination. It is a state you carry into every step, every decision, every interaction, every breath. And now, having walked 30 stages of deep transformation, from healing your body to awakening your spirit, from rebuilding your life to discovering your purpose, from touching others to shaping your own destiny, you stand in the full light of your own becoming. You have not only healed, you have awakened. You have not only changed, you have evolved. You have not only survived, you have returned home to yourself. And your legacy, quiet, profound, enduring, begins now.